I'ma just bop. Hi friends, welcome in if you're new and blah blah blah, words. Jaded Neko Variety streamer, and I have been sitting here diamond painting and watching garbage. And then I was like, oops, I probably should turn the stream on. Oops. I was supposed to turn you on like 2.5 hours ago. Pretend you were on the whole time, okay? Okay. We're doing another set of flowers. We're gonna finish this set of flowers. And then, I don't know, maybe the kitties, maybe the succulents, I don't know. We got Legos, we got all kind of shit. But hi, welcome in. Oh, before I get yelled at, hang on. Hang on, bitch, I forgot. Hang on. Wait a minute. Whoop, whoop. Hi, Mac Mac.
We're gonna have some fun tonight, 'cause you can't touch my boobies. Don't be shy, yeah, it's alright, 'cause you can't touch my boobies.
Sure can, especially if you're Mech Mac. Hey, baby. They're nice and soft today because of my jammies. Nice and soft. That's right. Sup. My onesie. My Hello Kitty onesie. Okay, we're gonna watch garbage while I continue diamond painting. So, enjoy the titties. Blah, blah, blah. Words. I didn't feel like putting a collar on today, and I'm in my pajamas, so... Fun times. Let's do this! Okay. We're gonna watch some crap. I don't know. Just whatever crap I click on. Probably end up with Am I the Asshole, because those are fun.
When we first came across Ebo Noah's viral TikToks, we didn't think much of it.
Who?
His videos were getting tens of millions of views.
Why are you
but it
saying
still
we
felt
like I know
just
who you're
another
talking-
creator online.
Who the fuck is we? Bitch, I don't know who this guy is. Mech, do you know who this bitch is? I don't know who that bitch is. I don't know. We all blah blah. I don't know. We didn't nothing. Ebo Noah? I don't know who that bitch is. I don't fucking know. Just because y'all spend your life on TikTok don't mean everybody does. I don't even have TikTok on my damn phone. If my stream didn't simulcast there, I wouldn't be anywhere near that shit. Hi, Pooh Beans. Can you turn the lights out when you're done? And give me hugs and kisses. I fucking love you. Oh. I love you, Pooh Beans. Oh, Pooh Beans. Oh, Pooh Beans. Make sure the bedroom window is closed when you go to sleep tonight. And please do a breathing treatment. Did you use your blue puffers?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, use your blue puffer, brush your teeth, and then do a breathing treatment while you're going to sleep, okay? And make sure the bedroom window is closed tonight. What was I doing? Was it drugs? Yes!
Stirring panic by warning people that the end of the world was coming in a
We
matter
go
of
deep,
weeks. So we moved on. But it wasn't long before we came across a wanted poster with his face on it.
Oh, fuck,
and
we-
headlines that read,
Stop
"El Nino
saying
police
we."
declare Ebo Noah wanted. And that's when we realized this wasn't
Bitch,
just
I was not here
online
for that.
chaos
I
anymore.
was
Whatever
not
he
here
had
for
done
any
had
of that.
real
I don't know what you're talking
consequences,
about, ma'am.
and it had
Ma'am?
already
Ma'am?
affected
Ma'am?
millions
Stop
of
saying we.
people.
I wasn't
Evan's
involved.
Seemed to be living a pretty normal life in Ghana.
Don't add me
Though
into
not
your
much is
fucking
known
we.
other
I
than his
wasn't
attempts
there,
at
bitch.
social media
I don't know.
recognition, with his posts often containing tags like FY page, viral videos, FYP in the caption. He went by Ebo
These
Jesus
lumps.
on his
I know
TikTok,
you wanna
Instagram,
slump
and
up on
YouTube
these
pages, and
lumps,
posted content
but you
focused
can't
around
'cause you're a
Christian
chump.
teachings.
I've only been on for 5 minutes. Can I
August 21st,
just not pee my
2025,
pants every
when he
time I'm in
changed
here?
his
Like, for
username
Christ's
to
sakes.
Ebo
I'm gonna have to start
Noah
wearing
and
diapers
posted a
to
video
be
of
on
him
these
standing
streams.
in front
Fuck.
of a large
Y'all
boat.
are a bunch
The
of
video was
poops.
not in English.
Okay, let me see, wait.
It's reported that he was saying
For
that his message
27.
came directly from God.
Oh,
He
it
warned
did
people
it?
that a heavy rain was coming, and that God had instructed him to prepare a place for safety.
Oh, did he
warned
now?
that people who mocked it would later regret it.
Oh,
He framed
sweet.
himself
I
as a
doubt it, though,
messenger
'cause you know there's
rather than
boats,
the
right?
source of the prophecy.
You know there's boats,
2
eh?
days later,
There's boats.
he let his growing followers
There's
know that
boats?
December 25th
People know how to
was the
swim and
day
shit?
everything he had been shown would come to pass. And
People
that
know
the
how to
ark
swim and shit,
was
buddy.
80% done. Adding
They know
that
how to
some
swim.
animals are coming. And this was only the beginning in what
Okay.
would become a whole new persona
30,
based around the
32.
supposed warning that God had shown
29.
to Ebo Noah. But
There's
did
29.
anyone even believe him?
Where's
well,
30?
First off, a number of people seem to add facetious comments.
30.
I will go. Ooh, please sell loaded fries and boba tea there. Please, this
3.
time around, don't take mosquito and bed bugs. Please create a mini mall and a bar inside for me. People must chill regardless. But many seem to actually believe Evo and said they would join him in his arcs on the 25th of December.
I'm gonna
while
start with
others
this color.
asked what appeared to be genuine questions. Please, what time should we
Oh.
come? Please, location so me and my family
Stream
can start to
elements?
come.
What's your
Ebo
fucking
also
problem, stream
reshared a
elements?
comment within a post of him walking
Hang on, man.
inside of one of the arcs that supported his claim and expressed their worry. The way you guys are making fun of him in the comment section was the same way people mocked Noah. Ooh, guys, what if it's true? No one believed Noah until it happened.
Huh?
I'm scared. But considering what Ebo
I-
was sharing,
I did.
people
I logged
are
out
right
and logged
to
back
be
in.
scared.
Nothing's
in another
happening.
post to his social
I don't
media
know.
pages,
Try it again,
he
maybe?
shared more details about the impending end to the world as we know it.
On my knees, I beg you, don't let this too pass. Please, I said 25th December is
Whoa.
going to rain. It's going to rain heavily.
Oh, and everybody just believed him,
And
right?
we're going to stay in
Yes!
these
I
woods
love
for
that.
3 years. For 3 years. Until the dove comes and tell us, say, we have reached the promised land. Please, I
Oh,
beg you.
Jesus. Oh,
Please, I
Jesus,
beg you.
touch
I know
me.
you go.
Oh,
I know
yay.
you are going. So many comments, so many arguments, and I love this. Someone said, "What if it's true? What if it's true?" Please, I'm not saying it's a lie. This is what God has revealed to me.
What God?
25th
That's called
December.
schizophrenia.
Please, I beg.
People
I know
talking to
go.
you?
I know you
Schizophrenia.
go. Don't let this too pass.
And he posted more content about the progress of the arcs he was constructing, and others began spreading the word as well. He posted another video claiming that these ships would have the capacity to carry 600 million people, all with
Hello,
a straight
fucking mother.
face.
600 million. 600 million.
But if hearing that number made you a skeptic, not to worry. Ebo said he was building multiple. In this post, he showed the fourth one being built.
Well, man, that E-Bob can sure build a lot of boats.
Eventually, he made it known that there would be 10 arcs total, and that he was preparing a place for those who were planning to join him.
This is Ebunwa. As I'm talking to you now, I am at the location.
His name is
I
Ebola,
am
like
still
the
here at
disease.
location. You can see all this place is full of bush. So we are using a
Ooh,
week
me
to
too, and I
clear
don't
all
shave
this
often
place
enough.
So that
Hey.
when you come, you will feel comfortable here. Yes, please. We are bringing all
I don't
the
even
10
feel
arcs
comfortable
here.
listening to your
Please, when
nonsense.
you come, don't rush. Don't rush. Everybody will enter. Everybody will enter.
But after everything, what would happen when the 25th finally rolled around?
Nothing.
In early December, he was supposedly interceding.
As you
on
can
behalf
tell
of
by it
humanity
being
to God
February,
to not flood the earth.
we did not
Spending
die.
3 days fasting
And
and
I
praying,
did not
and
have to
what
do
he
any
says
floating
was a
recently,
cry for God
so
to show mercy to
Did
his
y'all
people.
have to do some extended
Monday.
floating?
Tuesday and Wednesday, I am fasting and praying,
Oh yeah, that's it.
interceding for God's people.
Monday,
I am
Tuesday,
here
and Wednesday, that's it?
interceding for Nigeria.
That's
I
it?
am here interceding for South Africa. I am here interceding for all the countries. Please support me with your prayers.
For
We are
3
interceding
days of
for God
fasting.
to have mercy
For
on his
3
children.
days of fasting.
Father, I am here interceding.
He's
I
still
am here
consuming liquids,
interceding
right? Like he's still drinking,
those
because you
who are
can't go
coming.
more than
I
3
am
days
here
without
interceding
liquid.
For those who don't have
But if he
passport,
is still
but they want to
liquiding,
come. I am
yeah,
here
whatever.
interceding for the blind.
I don't
am
eat
here
food for
interceding
weeks on
for
end.
the poor people. I am here interceding for the pregnant people. I
Why?
am here interceding, Father.
Why?
The mad people, the prisoners. Father, I am here. We know you are faithful. God, answer my prayer.
I like that
It
he has
seemed
the
as though
time
he
to,
had
you know,
faith that his vision would
post
not
all
come to
these
pass, but was still
Jeebus
scared
things on
that
the
it could.
interwebs.
But then, when the date of 25th of December drew closer
The
and closer,
25th of
Ebo revealed
December.
something on the 24th that likely left his followers both surprised and relieved.
I shared my
Mostly
vision
confused,
to
though.
some great men of God who also interceded with me. After the intercession, God has given us some time to build
An
more arcs.
undefined
in addition
amount of
to the
time.
10 that will contain all of us. So, tomorrow, nobody should rush to any location.
How
I am not selling tickets.
convenient.
I am not taking money from anyone also. So please, stay home.
Like my videos.
Enjoy yourself. Have fun.
Like and share.
also-
Subscribe.
I am wishing all of you Merry Christmas.
Like,
and a
share, and
happy
subscribe.
New Year.
Like, share, and
Still,
subscribe.
The ark is there. Repent.
That's
Nah,
right. It
I'm
wasn't
good.
going to happen on the 25th of December like
I
he
don't want to
said,
be in your
because God
bullshit
was
place
giving
with some
him
of these
more
assholes.
time.
Fuck
But
nah.
for some, it was already
Hell
too late.
nah.
A man from Liberia
hell
had missed the memo
nah.
that the floods foretold in Ebo's vision weren't going to happen, and traveled all the way to Ghana to join in the safety of the Ark, only to be met with disappointment. In this clip posted to TikTok, a woman explains the situation. It's not in English, but according to multiple reports, the woman in the video explains that this man traveled to Ghana from Liberia after believing the prophecy, sold his belongings to do so, and became stranded without money or shelter. According to Modern Ghana News, the man's name was Paul Telly Jallo. He was brought to Elmina District Police Headquarters, likely for help getting home, and informed police that he first heard about Ebo Noah and his vision of impending global destruction through social media and even international news when platforms like CNN and BBC reported on Ebo and his arcs. Paul told them that he traveled to Takoradi, then moved through Accra and Cape Coast before finally arriving at Elmina Beach in search of the purported Ark, only to be told by locals that the Arks didn't really exist, at least not in the way that Ebo Noah had claimed. So, he was out of luck. But was any of it true in the first place?
Nah.
A number of people raised the same solid point. It's too small. Just to give a little biblical context, if Ebo was trying, even remotely, to build vessels resembling the actual ark the OG Noah built, as recounted in Genesis in the Bible, there are actually a pretty clear set
It's
of
pronounced
instructions he could have
Bible.
followed. It is
Bible.
written that God himself
It's a
spoke
Bible.
to Noah, telling him, "Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark, and make lower, middle, and upper decks." But what's a cubit, you may ask? Well,
Oh, it's that
according
guy
to the
that
website
eats
for
stuff.
The Ark Encounter, a Christian theme park where visitors
No,
can
it's that
step
little
inside
orange
a
guy. It's the little
life-size
orange guy that
replica
jumps
of
on the
Ark
lights.
in Williamstown, Kentucky. A cubit is an ancient measurement of length based on the distance from the elbow to the tip of the longest finger. It's said that certain historic groups of people interpreted it differently, but that Noah most likely used the royal cubit, which was about 19.8 to 20.6 inches, or 52 centimeters. With that in mind, the Ark Encounter chose to go with 20.4 inches, making the ship approximately 510 feet long and over 50 feet tall, which, to put into context, is about 1.5 American football fields long, and looking at the boats Ebo claimed to be building as his arks of salvation, there's really no comparison. But then, a number of commenters pointed out something that Ebo Noah must have missed or even forgotten when he interpreted this alleged warning from the Lord. God's own promise in the Bible. The rainbow showed by God told us he will never destroy us with flood anymore. Please try and read Genesis 9:11 through 16. And it's
No, I'm
true.
good.
According to Genesis, God made a covenant with his people to never destroy the earth with a flood again.
Oh,
and
man.
he created the rainbow as a sign of this promise. But
Sweet.
something a
Is this the
number
guy
of
that read the book out of
commenters
the hat?
couldn't understand.
I like that
How
one.
was he paying for it all? Lumber isn't cheap, after all, so this would have been a big financial undertaking. But who's funding this project?
Not me.
Who is sponsoring
I ain't buying
him?
that shit.
But
Hell
Brother Ebo,
nah.
please, how do you get the funds for this project? And finally, in one of the comments, Ebo replied that he has people sponsoring him, but it seems he wanted more, as he then posted what appears to be him asking those in his village to donate supplies for the ark. And then he posted this clip with the text, "Pray, donate, preach, and work." Now, it's unclear if this was just in reference to what he had been doing himself or what he was asking others to do. So, although he wasn't showing himself directly asking people to donate money to his cause of saving God's people, it's fair that this, along with the questions of how he was paying for all of the lumber costs, led people to believe that he had been seeking monetary support from his villagers and followers. But he did want to make one thing very clear.
Please, I have not asked anybody to sell his or her property. I have not asked anybody to resign from work. No, I have not said that.
But then, the whole situation took another unexpected turn when Ebo Noah was filmed rolling up to some shops in a brand new Mercedes-Benz with text saying, "Ebo Noah has used the money he made out of creating content to buy Mercedes-Benz." And commenters seem to agree with the assumption of how he pulled the money together for the luxury vehicle. He used the public to gather funds via social media. Another source said it was donation money, but Ebo didn't want to stand by and let this theory go around unchallenged. So he posted a disclaimer.
I like that he
video
put his
to
burlap sack back
followers.
on. Did he wear his sack when he was,
Noah, there's this rumors going on.
when he got
I
his
have
Benz?
extorted money from people, purchase a car, which is not true, which is never true. Nobody has given me money. Nobody has given me money.
Yeah.
And I have no
TikTok
plan
has, stupid.
to take money from
TikTok
anybody.
has.
Please.
TikTok has.
The
TikTok
rumor
has.
It's not true.
TikTok has.
But some rumors weren't the
Girl,
only thing he had
TikTok
to contend
has.
with. You see, Ebo wasn't just tossing around apocalyptic possibilities. He was actually breaking local laws. According to Modern Ghana News, police actually tried to locate and arrest Ebo in order to question him back on December 18th. During this search, police went to Ebo's parents' homes to find him, and when they still couldn't locate him, they questioned his parents and their local neighbors to find out any information on Ebo. This attempt to detain him was unsuccessful, reportedly because he was elusive and his whereabouts were unknown. But it was when authorities learned about Paul Telly Jola and his quest for the life-saving arks Ebo Noah had been promising that they changed his status to being actively wanted. And during a TikTok live stream, one that has not been reposted online, on December 31st, 2025, Ibo Noah was arrested by the Inspector General of Police's Special Cyber Vetting Team in Accra, Ghana. It's reported that the arrest was carried out as part of ongoing police efforts to monitor and address cyber-related activities, specifically ones leading up to New Year's Eve and the religious celebrations that take place that night to ring in the new year. Reports suggest that Ibo Noah's arrest was linked to warnings issued by security agencies regarding the conduct of individuals making public declarations and prophecies that could cause fear or public disorder. Police statements revealed that the Ghana Police Services has, in recent years, cautioned individuals and groups against making predictions or public statements, especially during end-of-year religious events that could incite panic or threaten public peace. Security agencies have stated that such matters may be examined under existing laws governing public order, communication, and cyber-related offenses. So, what was he being charged with? According to Section 208
Inciting
of the
panic
Criminal
in the
Offenses
dipshits.
Act, it is an offense for anyone to publish, release, or spread false news that is likely to cause fear to the public. And during his first court hearing on January 2nd, it was revealed that Ibo Noah was facing charges of false communication, deliberately misleading the public, and publishing false news. The court ordered him to be kept in police custody for at least 2 weeks and to undergo a psychiatric evaluation to see if he was fit to stand trial. On January 15th, Ibo appeared in court again and was granted a 100,000 Ghanaian cedi bail, which is equal to a little over $9,000 US. The judge required 2 people to personally guarantee that Ibo would come back to court. One had to risk a tangible asset like property or a vehicle, and the other had to formally declare they could be held financially responsible if he didn't. He was also ordered to report to the police weekly until his next court appearance, which is scheduled for March 18th. When Ibo was released, his first stop was reportedly to the beach to cleanse himself after spending over 2 weeks behind bars. And then, after not posting anything to his 1.3 million followers since December 30th, the day before his arrest, he finally returned, and with his signature tattered sack attire and a caption that read, "Still Ibo Noah." So, what's the truth? Was Ibo really trying to just excite the masses and incite fear? Did he really and truly believe that he had been shown a vision from the Lord, telling him that he was to construct
It's
ark-like
pronounced
boats
loud.
and tell the world to repent and come to him to be
bitch.
saved when it
Loud.
begins to start raining for the next 3 years? Well, fellow content creator, headless YouTuber, claims to know Ibo and decided to visit the place where his alleged arcs were being built.
Alright guys, I'm at the Almina Fishing Harbor. We are coming to look for a Bono's Ark. I can see something like this. It looks like the Ark. This is a very big boat. A very, very big one. Fishing boat. And our brother, I've told you before, if you've been watching my videos, I've told you before that he creates content. He's a content creator. So he just saw them doing these things, and then he just did one video saying that he's Noah and this is ark that he's building and stuff like that. And once people started believing it, he just continued.
That's right. According to headless YouTuber, Ibo is a content creator, or at least was attempting to become a recognized one prior to the whole Noah thing. And when he came across these large fishing boats that were being constructed, he had the idea to change his name and start telling everyone about a vision from God. And the more views he got, the deeper he went into the story. But if that wasn't enough, the YouTuber was also given a small tour of one of the boats.
Engine, okay. So this is where they put the fish. When they catch the fish, they'll put it here. So Ebono is lying to us. All be lie.
But then, the men who were showing him around the boats revealed something else. Something Ibo never shared with his million followers.
You see? Last time he was beaten.
He came here, like the owners, when he came, they were preparing the boat. When he came and the owners
saw him. He didn't ask permission.
They went on to explain that when Ebo came to the boats to film more content for his narrative, he didn't ask for permission to be there, and when the true owners saw him, they confronted him. They were upset and allegedly claimed that he was using their ships, which they had been working hard to build, to gain money from social media.
Then they came and they beat him up.
He clearly kept that altercation hidden from his followers, but something he didn't hide very well was his new vehicle. So, how was he able to get his hands on it? It's likely from his social media attention. Over the course of his whole Noah's Ark campaign, he gained millions of followers, and a large number of his videos on TikTok were each reaching millions of people. But it's also just proof that he wasn't taking his own professed vision as seriously as he was portraying it to everyone else. Why buy a new car when the world is about to be flooded? But there are a few other details that point to everything being a ploy since the beginning. For example, his first video, that now sits at nearly 8 million views, actually had a laugh track in the background.
By 25th.
Ebo also tried to make sure he always said that it was a vision, not an absolute prophecy.
Please, I am reminding you, it is a vision. When it happens, or if it happens, hallelujah. If it doesn't happen, hallelujah.
Even a number of his comment replies seemed facetious and contained crying, laughing emojis. Hello, I'll go. No problem. Come for a seat number tomorrow. When coming, bring a plastic chair and a bag of rice. 25th of December, 2099 or when? I won't tell you. It's a dream. He even appeared on stage at a rap concert, which really seems to point to fame being his #1 priority. So, what happens now? Well, for Paul Telejalo of Liberia, once he had made his way to police, they connected him with the immigration department, and arrangements were made to return him to his home country and reunite him with his family. And as for Ebo Noah, he is still wearing that tattered sack he has come to be associated with. So it seems the brand he created along the way is here to stay. But time will tell if he will be spending any more time behind bars for this whole situation after court proceedings resume in March. While you're here, consider liking and subscribing. Your support means a lot to us, and it's the best way to help us continue creating videos like these.
Oh.
On paper, these women were never supposed to be at risk. Young, fit, lifelong non-smokers. Yet somehow, they're being diagnosed with lung cancer.
New data reveals that lung cancer is on the rise, especially in women who've never smoked.
They all have stage 4 lung cancer.
I thought, well, no way do I have lung cancer because I don't smoke.
No, I've never smoked a single day in my life.
Vicky never smoked a day in her life.
I, was very fit, working out all the time, eating very well.
He said to me, it does look like cancer.
She came back and she said, you're not going to believe this, but you have lung cancer.
That it was stage 4, so it was incurable.
This isn't a handful of rare cases.
In the US, 20% of new cases apparently are in people who have never smoked. This comes from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
Hang on.
Young women making up the majority of the cases.
While experts point out the obvious potential causes,
experts believe that the rise in non-smoking cases is largely driven by radon exposure, air pollution, and genetic mutations.
They also admit something unsettling.
Do we know why this is happening?
Well, we actually don't right now.
Which raises a harder question, one that rarely gets asked. What if there's something else that's also been quietly harming women?
Things more commonly inhaled by women, like cosmetics, aerosols, gas stoves, or cleaning products.
And that's why we're making this video, to look at the everyday exposures women are told are safe, and ask whether we stopped questioning them too soon.
They're like, what did I do wrong? I've not smoked, I've never had alcohol, I eat healthy, I exercise, I have stage 4 lung cancer.
Now, this group of products
like cosmetics, aerosols, gas stoves, or cleaning products.
Most of us don't see these things as exposures. They're just a part of our daily routine. But coincidentally, the rise in lung cancer in women is happening at the same time social media has increasingly normalized overconsumption of everyday products. Yes, a lot of these potentially harmful items or habits may be showing up on your For You page.
I have a problem. This is all the shopping that I've done within the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Allow us to explain further. We're going to talk about 4 big categories and a 5th contributor outside of social media. But let's dive into social media first. Potential danger number 1, clean talk. With over 7 million posts, clean talk is a viral TikTok trend with people sharing their cleaning hacks.
Sprinkle baking soda over your bath mats to remove musty odors before washing them.
I'm gonna clean my wooden utensils today in boiling water because I saw a few people post on TikTok that the water turned out like disgusting.
The water is like brown.
Or romanticizing cleaning by filming aesthetic cleaning videos. Some even create cleaning challenges.
You have 1 hour to make it look like I have been cleaning all day.
Share cleaning wisdom.
If my house is clean,
you feel better.
What my brain is like, I can think clear.
And more. All to make the mundane task of cleaning more motivating and satisfying to do. Sounds like helpful and harmless content, right? Well, that's until we reach the DIY part of clean talk.
Okay, I saw this everywhere on TikTok and I just had to give it a shot, and you guys, it's incredible. Here is the recipe for the magic shower cleaner.
This is the recipe that made the biggest difference on my floors.
This can quickly turn dangerous when people get inspired to make their own deadly concoctions without proper research.
POV, you mix cleaning products and accidentally make homemade.
And it's something many users have unfortunately experienced. Some even landed in the ICU. Toxic mixtures aside, many DIYs also promote using multiple products at the same time, when one could be enough.
Watch me ruin my trash can. That's what I get for trying to be a clean talk girly. Can anyone please tell me what I did wrong?
Everything.
In total, this user used a mixture of 3 products: Soft Scrub All-Purpose Cleaner, Palm Olive Dish Soap, and Fabuloso Multi-Purpose Cleaner.
Well, palm
which
olive
people
is
called out.
garbage.
I've been a cleaner years. Mixing different chemicals doesn't mean a cleaner surface. Dish soap will do just fine. Then, there are also trends that shouldn't be replicated in America. Mexican clean talk. Several women in Mexico have been showing off the way they clean their floors, which typically involves pouring a bucket of soapy water all over the ground, to the point it almost looks like it's flooding. The key point here is, most houses in Mexico are built differently. This resident of Mexico used her home as an example, explaining things your house has to have to be able to deep clean like we do in Mexico. Floor drain, cement walls, tile floors in every room, tile baseboards. Even the bedrooms have tile baseboards. So, when Americans tried recreating this without proper analysis,
oh my gosh, she about to have a tsunami in her home bathroom.
They ended up damaging their home. As seen in this post, warning: do not clean your floors the Mexican clean talk way unless you live in Mexico. In the video, the user showed floorboards lifting and the wood disintegrating. Upon closer inspection, after lifting a wood panel, there was mold growing under it. The worst part of it all, the user was renting the place and asked TikTok, why didn't anyone warn me? While black mold is its own separate issue, causing respiratory problems, the bigger culprit here is the products. Notice once again how these trends love using an abundance of products for a task that could use one. And this is where clean talk goes from an aesthetic to actual risk. Even when you don't accidentally mix something toxic,
Y'all
breathing
never
in
had
cleaning
fucking
chemicals
elementary,
over and
middle
over
school, high school
can
science
add
classes?
up.
Come
Even
on
worse
now.
when you're layering these products in a small room with the door closed. A major 2018 study that followed over 6,000 adults for about 20 years, tracking lung function over time, found out that women who cleaned regularly, either at home or as a job, had a faster decline in lung function than women who weren't engaging in cleaning at all. Some products used included cleaning sprays. The study also mentions other cleaning agents/products vaguely, but we can safely assume these are commonly used products like multi-use cleaners, bleach, stain removers, and more. The editorial summarizing those results put the impact in a brutal comparison. explaining that the effect was comparable to smoking 10 to 20 cigarettes a day over the study period. This comparison shocked us because no one thinks of cleaning as something you need to pace. So you can imagine many women who get immersed into clean talk and suddenly clean weekly, even daily, could mean a lot more chemical exposure to their lungs. Now, cleaning isn't the only thing that women typically inhale. Potential danger number 2,
Meth.
candle talk. With
Oh,
over 2
I don't
million
like
posts
scented candles.
under hashtag candles,
Let me show you my winter candle collection.
and hundreds of thousands more under hashtag candle talk and hashtag Bath and Body Works,
Let's do a 2025 Candle Day haul.
Frosted Cranberry is the best Christmas wintertime scent. It is so strong.
The first candle we got is Sip Sip Hooray, 'tis the season.
there's no doubt this is another viral community on TikTok.
This candle is from Target. It's so... That's what it makes me feel like. Like, it just smells so good.
And a quick search through TikTok will show you that women are the primary audience for candles. Some even showing unbelievable collections like these.
My
I
obsession.
literally told you chitterling eating. The girls that get it, and the girls that don't.
I am a candle hoarder. Do you want to see my candle collection?
No.
There it is.
I might not have money for food or to hang out with my friends, but I always have money for candles. I always have money for candles.
But at least these candles seem to be simply tucked away in storage. Well, until it isn't just collectibles and decor, but a daily habit. For some, lighting candles is something they can't go a day without.
Ever since I smelled this candle, I just cannot stop repurchasing them. And if I don't light it every single day, I'll actually go insane.
And here's the part Candle Talk doesn't show you. When you light a candle indoors, it's not just a smell. It's a small fire inside your home. According to a 2022 study, indoor air researchers measured what candles put into the air, tiny soot-like particles and chemical gases. And the amount can change a lot depending on the candle and how it burns. More recently, in a 2025 study, researchers looked at candle use in real homes and found indoor particle levels rose quickly during candle burning, even when across the room. Furthermore, the US EPA has an indoor air quality page specifically on indoor particulate matter, PM, which are tiny particles, 5 times smaller than the width of a human hair. These particles can be inhaled deeper into the lungs than larger particles. EPA further explains the best way to reduce indoor PM is to reduce its sources, and it explicitly lists burning candles as something you may be able to stop completely.
I don't burn candles.
So, the concern
unless it's a
isn't
birthday.
owning candles and lighting a few once in a while. It's when Candle Talk turns it into a daily routine using multiple candles with closed doors and no ventilation. That's when you're stacking up what your lungs are breathing in. But is there something worse than inhaling chemicals? Maybe wearing them. Potential danger number 3, makeup and skincare. With over 107 million posts under hashtag
Bear.
The hot girl going out makeup look, so let's do it. Ready with me for a Rangers baseball game?
Goes out all the time.
Make your jaw drop
Naked.
every single time you use that.
and over
Naked.
44 million posts
Naked.
under hashtag skincare.
I'm 39 years old. I'm obsessed with skincare, and this is my nighttime routine for glassed skin. And
I'm going to show you guys my 8-step skincare routine.
There is another big community on TikTok that has countless tutorials and routines many women share with each other.
The only way to keep your eyelashes curled with mascara is if you use waterproof.
Locking everything in with the one-size sunscreen setting spray.
This is how you can achieve that Korean glass skin.
Most makeup and skincare is safe when used normally, but the real red flags show up in a few specific product types, especially when there's contamination or known hazardous chemicals involved.
Methamphetamines.
Talc-based powders. Talc can occur in nature alongside asbestos, and asbestos is a known carcinogen. That's why the US FDA has been testing talc-containing cosmetics for asbestos contamination. And under the Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act, MOCRA, the FDA is also working toward standardized asbestos testing methods for talc cosmetics. In 2025, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, classified talc as probably carcinogenic, Group 2A. So in the makeup world, where would this powder show up? Environmental Working Group EWG, a nonprofit organization that researches toxic chemicals in products, has 154 pages full of products that still contain talc. This includes popular brands such as CoverGirl, Revlon, Lancome, Bobbi Brown, and more. And as you can see,
I
these
don't wear
products
those
typically
brands.
are eyeshadows, foundations, powders, and creams.
Nope.
Second, aerosol beauty products where contamination has happened. In 2021, an independent lab, Valisure, filed a citizen petition warning saying that benzene, a known human carcinogen, was showing up in certain products like hand sanitizers, antiperspirants, and sunscreens. The petitions triggered FDA to conduct their own testing, where they confirmed certain spray sunscreens and antiperspirants were contaminated with benzene. These products have since been recalled. And it wasn't just sunscreen sprays. In March 2025, Valisure filed another citizen petition, this time warning of benzene in acne products. The FDA ended up testing 95 acne products that had possible benzene contamination and found more than 90% had undetectable or extremely low levels, but 6 products had elevated benzene. This led to voluntary recalls. Did you notice a disturbing pattern? Notice how these products only get investigated after petitions are filed, which raises a bigger question. How many contamination issues only get caught when someone actually tests for them? Chemicals in cleaning products, candles, and makeup seem like obvious answers, but is there something else that you would have never guessed? Potential danger number 4, kitchen stoves, or more specifically, as Dr. Barrett mentions, gas stoves. There isn't a specific community dedicated to promoting gas stoves on TikTok, but this kitchen appliance appears in the backdrop of many cooking videos in the viral food talk community. And there are still some gas stove specific hacks that get shared every once in a while, like churning vegetables with flame.
Better tasting raw corn salads this summer, just char it. All you need is gas cooktop and 3 to 5 minutes.
Making an indoor fire pit for protein or sweet treats.
Grilled milkfish using gas stove. No hassle.
Or even specific cookware that are made specifically for gas stoves, like round bottom woks.
These are 17 of the most interesting woks on the market today, from $35 all the way up to $500. Woks are famously versatile, but their standout ability is definitely stir frying.
Or stovetop griddles that are made to sit over the burners.
Never look at your stove the same way again. Let me show you why this griddle cover changed my kitchen game.
Or flameware clay pots that keep your soup sizzling.
It may be warming up outside, but nonabe is especially nice to cook with in the fall, winter, and even early spring when it's cold outside.
And there's a whole other life to gas stoves when it comes to outdoor cooking, involving the portable butane stove.
We're saying goodbye to instant camping foods and hello to a world of delicious camping meals with this portable butane stove.
A butane stove is a must-have for small condo living.
So while people probably aren't replacing their electric stovetops with gas stovetops because of social media, they could still purchase portable ones. And women who primarily cook for their family may be using it more often than they would because of hacks they saw.
I also like the crock pot and the oven.
When you cook, there are 2 different things that can pollute the air in your kitchen. First, the flame. When gas or propane burns, it releases nitrogen dioxide, NO2, a lung irritant. A 2024 paper found that gas and propane stoves add about 4 parts per billion of NO2, which is about 3/4 of the World Health Organization's recommended annual limit. And that's even before you count outdoor pollution. And this exposure is even worse in small spaces. The same study estimated people in homes under 800 square feet can get over 4 times the long-term NO2 exposure compared to very large homes. That's not all. A 2023 Stanford-led study measured 87 homes and found that gas and propane stoves emit benzene, a chemical that's a known carcinogen. They found gas propane stoves produced 10 to 25 times more benzene than electric coil irradiant stoves in their tests. And benzene could drift into other rooms, including bedrooms, and linger for hours after cooking. Second, the cooking itself. IARC claims that emissions from high-temperature frying are probably carcinogenic to humans, Group 2A. To be clear, it's not fried food that's being classified, but the cooking oil fumes that's produced when you're frying with oil at a very high heat. Some cooking techniques that use this are wok stir-frying, deep frying, shallow frying or pan frying, high-heat sautéing, and repeated batches on a very hot pan or fryer. This means even if you switch to electric, cooking can still pollute the air if you're cooking at high temperatures. And while both men and women appear in the cooking community, there's still a large majority of women who cook at home and cook most often, so their exposure can stack up over time. Now, so far, all these dangers can be solved by making a few lifestyle changes. Cleaning products. Avoid spray mists, ventilate your room, and never mix products. If you still need to use harsher chemicals, wearing a mask can help, but ventilating your space will be the best fix. Candles. If you can't avoid them completely, choose unscented, low-soot candles like soy, coconut, or beeswax. Trim the wick and ventilate the room. If you still want the ambiance without combustion, use LED candles. Skincare. Watch official recall alerts and be extra cautious with products that have had reoccurring benzene alerts. Makeup. Avoid products with talc in them. Stovetops. If you can't change your stove, ventilate by opening the window or using a range hood. And if you're in a rental, a portable induction burner can be a practical workaround. But what if you do everything you can inside your home? Is there still risk coming through the cracks around your windows? And one that doesn't even need social media to make an impact. Potential danger number 5, air pollution. Air pollution can be visible smog or invisible things like
I don't want to watch this
wood smoke,
anymore.
and wildfire smoke. Tiny particles, PM
Yes,
2.5,
yes, we're all
that
dying.
can't
Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. You know what? I want some fucking Charlotte. Dodge nerd. Hang on, Charlotte.
This is how to dump a friend.
Well, no,
and
wait!
friends-
I know there's other ones I haven't watched. I haven't been on in fucking forever. Yeah, see? Right there. Bridezilla.
Can't lose something you never had, right, pal?
Would I be the a-hole if I stepped down from the wedding party after being fired as maid of honor 2 months before the wedding? Ooh, you got demoted, eh? Alright. Maybe season. There is a trigger warning on this. Entitlement. I have a feeling that there will be a lot of entitlement in this entire video. Nearly a year ago, my best friend asked me to be her maid of honor. I was so excited and I said yes, and I took the task very seriously. I've gone dress shopping with her for her dress, went shopping with her for bridesmaids' dresses as well. I spent hours addressing save the dates with her, kept in contact with her bridesmaids about ordering their dresses, planning jewelry and shoes in the color she wants. I made sure someone could organize her bridal shower because I was out of state for work for 3 months, making sure they understood her wishes for the party. I also personally took the time to look through her decor inspo and saved items on an Amazon list for her to go through so she could look at affordable options she wanted to purchase, which she was very happy about. Okay, kind of sounds like you're going like above and beyond, bestie. I also want to note, I have already planned her bachelorette party and needed to call and finish the booking process completely as we are little more than a month out. It's being hosted in town and a very chill night as she requested. I travel for work and I turned down multiple jobs so I would be close for her wedding and events if she were to need my help planning these last few months. This has resulted in me being out of work for the last 3 months because she was upset I was going to be out of state. There have been no jobs close enough to home that made sense, as I'd have to drive back home multiple times during my assignment. But finally, I found a job. Hooray. I literally rearranged my career just to be close by and to help her.
You're doing too much.
This seems like a lot. I'm just saying, like, I didn't have a bridal party. Like, my friends all collectively kind of planned stuff for me. And similarly, when my friends got married, I also planned things for them and helped. But, like, I never would expect them to put their life on hold to plan my wedding events or to be close to me. That's a lot. It was a shock to me to receive a very lengthy text this week telling me she was going to have someone else take over as maid of honor and she was demoting me to a bridesmaid because I told her I may not be able to attend her bridal shower due to work. I could only submit a request for the weekend of her wedding off. I would attend rehearsal, but maybe not rehearsal dinner because I was under the impression I had to pay for dinner myself and it was at a very expensive restaurant, and because I cannot currently afford to get my nails done the day before the wedding, and I told her I likely won't be attending that event either. So OP specifies finances are tight with a new house, personal wedding planning, and a baby on the way. Okay, so She's unable to be at quite a few events. Like, let's just say that. She's unable to be there. I still don't really understand the demotion as maid of honor. I don't feel as though maid of honors should be like at your beck and call just because like they're your close friend for like the year of your wedding planning process.
What's your sole purpose in this army?
To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant.
You know, it's important that they be there for events, but like when you have like a bridal shower, like bachelorette, like rehearsal dinner, like, and also you're not paying for it for them, I feel like it's a lot to ask to be there for everything. Just saying. She feels I haven't communicated with her enough, even though I check in at least once a month asking if she needs me. I always end these convos with telling her she should reach out if something comes up. Also, apparently my texts don't come off as being excited for her, which makes her mad. Okay, it is possible that maybe your texts are coming off like, oh, what else? But I think maybe you kind of have the right. I think that maybe after a certain point, you have the right to like not be like jumping at the opportunity to like put your whole life on hold every single time she asks. I guess she feels like I don't want to be involved at all because of these few things, thus her stripping me of the position after I've done all this work. I think you are trying to make up for the fact that you can't be there by doing things that you can do. Like you're doing your best.
What am I doing? Okay. What am I doing? My best.
I really wish that she was able to recognize that. Like, don't get me wrong, it sucks that your maid of honor can't be there for your wedding events. But at the same time, it's like, it kind of sounds like OP's in a bit of a bind and it's not personal. It's just the way it is. So this text also came right after I asked if we could have a backup, learn how to bustle her dress in case my pregnant belly doesn't allow me to bend and squat very well, to do it on the wedding day. Apparently, it saddened her that I even asked. I mean, I also feel like you're trying to like cover bases to like make sure that she's covered. And like, not only that, you know, sometimes people are in the bathroom or something. Like, it's good to have a backup. She said she needs someone who will be there for all events physically to support her. It's just, it's a lot. That's a lot of events to like be at her beck and call and like having to put your whole life on hold. It's one thing if it's like, okay, like maybe we pick 2 events or something like that, you have to be there, but like this whole like bridal party culture is like so, like they're not your like ladies in waiting. Like, is that what? Yes, mistress, I will be there at any point in time. I will spend all my money just to be there for you on your wedded days. I feel pretty bummed and disrespected right now, as if nothing I did mattered. I'm considering stepping down completely after this. Would I be the a-hole doing so? I feel like no.
No.
I think that you are trying your best. I'm just gonna say it sucks to have your best friend unavailable to attend multiple wedding events. The bride is valid for feeling sad about that, but at the same time, it's like, just because your feelings about a particular thing are valid, that doesn't mean that you have the right to like treat people badly. I firmly believe that OP, if she could, would attend those events, but she can't. It's not deliberate. She's not like doing things to deliberately hurt her friend. But I do feel like demoting someone as maid of honor because you need like someone at your beck and call for like your wedding events. Like, what does that even mean? You need someone there for what? Because I'm old and lonely. Send emails to like the party planner or like the venue. Like, you can do that yourself. I'm sorry. I just like, apart from a wedding planner, like talking to venues like specifically, like I don't see why you need anyone else to do stuff for you for your wedding. I think I had one friend come and learn how to bustle my dress. And then the day of the wedding, when we were all kind of hanging out, like another one learned how to bustle my dress just in case. Some of my friends planned like little things like surprises for me for my bachelorette, but like I did the planning. I did the planning for every event, the engagement party, the bachelorette party, the wedding, the welcome party. I did all the planning.
Please clap.
And if I didn't plan something, I would pay someone to do the planning. I literally don't understand this mentality of like needing someone there at your beck and call, like literally for what? What do you need someone there for? To go to the bathroom with you? Like, what do you mean?
But I'm scared.
Let's learn how to be a little independent, ladies. Not the a-hole. It sounds like her long-term memory isn't so great and you're only worth what you've done for her today. Or this is a relationship in which the bride is the one that's constantly like getting people to do stuff for her. Or maybe she sees OP as like a friend of convenience, and the minute that that friend of convenience is not available, now suddenly they're not friends. Or not as good of friends, you know? Just because someone can't do everything you ask leading up to your wedding, that does not mean that you're not good friends. You went above and beyond. Sorry, I'm never gonna risk my job for someone else's wedding. I agree. I don't understand why you did that. And then she's upset because you aren't there 24/7, 365 days a year. Just bow out completely. I wouldn't attend or send a gift. She costs you thousands of dollars and is working on destroying your sanity. Yeah, I really don't understand this mentality of like,
I need my best friend there.
like, okay, you can have your best friend there for the wedding, but like, it's too much. Like, you're going too far. Grow up.
I need my movie there.
So some people in the comments are pointing out, like, honestly, you need to be prepared if you step down and like get out of the wedding party, that like you probably won't be her friend anymore. And I think that's totally fair. I think that they are right in that assessment. So you need to be prepared to lose this person as a friend.
She didn't deserve you.
Wow, massive, not the a-hole. You've gone out of your way for this person who you thought was your best friend, and she pee-peed all over you when you couldn't put 100% of your own life completely on hold to wait on her hand and foot. This is the thing, like, why do brides or bridezillas expect their friends to literally be their, like, ladies in waiting, like they're slaves? Your friends will show up for you, like, especially on the wedding day, hopefully, if they're, you know, good friends and there's not, like, crazy circumstances that prevent them from doing that. This mentality of, like, needing, like, little slaves, like, little minions to follow you around and do your bidding, like, what are you... Be so for real. You are not the a-hole, and I would seriously reconsider whether this is even a friendship. If it were me, I wouldn't go to the wedding at all. So OP has an update. I sent a text last night that outlined essentially everything I've done listed here in this post, and I expressed how hurt and disrespected I feel. I told her what I felt a maid of honor is, and that I felt this wasn't it, and that this is all basically transactional and based on what more I could offer her. Bingo. I also included in the fact that she hasn't personally communicated with me much either lately about the wedding or my personal life. I politely let her know that I'd be stepping down, sent over 8 hours ago with no response. Yeah, I mean, I think OP is like absolutely hit the nail on the head. Like, this is a transactional friendship, and if you're not there to do everything she asks, she doesn't consider you a friend. It is what it is. Okay, so we have one more update. It took 2 full days for her to respond. We went back and forth quite a bit with her telling me the additional reasons for demoting me, where I hadn't been texting her enough and asking her about her personal life. I wasn't excited enough in my messages about the wedding. Essentially, she felt I was more concerned with my own life, currently pregnancy and finding a job, than I was with her wedding. Yeah. I'm sorry, you are the main character in your own life. She's the main character of her life. You're the main character of your life.
I'm sorry, you don't consider me a #1 priority in your life.
Yeah, I would feel like the #1 priority in her life would be like her, you know, unborn child and like her husband or like fiance and her own wedding. Well, yeah. There were a lot of pity me messages from her, and after reiterating I no longer wanted to be in the wedding at all, I stopped replying. I haven't heard from her in over 3 weeks. I've returned my bridesmaid's dress and I feel so at peace with my decision. I don't think I'll be attending the wedding at all. Good. Thank you for all the well wishes for my pregnancy and baby as well. We found out last week it's a boy. I start my new job this week, so time to get my finances back on track and try to fix the mess that's been created in that area before the baby is here. I can't even imagine the amount of stress that this has caused you. Like, this girl is freaking pregnant and she doesn't have a job. I'm blown away that, like, yes, I understand her friend is getting married and it's super important, but like, just because you're getting married, that doesn't make you the priority for like the entire year. Like, sometimes people have going on, and like, you also have to show up for as a friend. Am I wrong? I don't think so. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling wedding guests to audition to speak at my wedding? Okay.
And you think that's a good idea?
I'm so tired, guys. I'm just so tired. Like, I'm getting married next year. My partner and I both have very, very large families. I know that the majority of them will want to speak at the wedding, but if all of them do, it will last 4 days, and all guests will be gone by the 3rd speaker. I was thinking about how I would like to approach this. Out of the 25 or so, I wish I was exaggerating, that would like to speak, I think 7 of them would actually give speeches worth listening to. Oh my goodness. But my partner and I would like to cap it at 4, maybe 5. Here were our 2 options. 1, draw from a hat, although that would give an equal possibility to all 20 to get chosen, which is not what we want. 2, have them audition. I can think of like literally 50 million things I would rather do than audition for my friend's wedding to be able to speak. Have them audition. We pick the top 4 or 5 contenders. The extra positive aspect with that is that we can hear and read what they intended to say, and that way they don't feel like they were entirely excluded. Yeah, but they'll be extremely upset if they go through all this trouble to audition for you, and then they don't get the role.
Is this some kind of joke?
Done.
Oh my god, dude. My sister thinks this is a terrible idea and makes us look extremely selfish. Am I the a-hole? 100%. You are delulu. Delusional. You're smoking the delulu lettuce. Oh my god. I don't understand why it's so hard, okay? Your parents, his parents, then we go down, okay? So parents on either side, then maybe, you know, siblings, if they feel like doing some sort of speech, they could do like a joint speech. And then friends, like top 2 best friends do a joint speech, top 2 best friends do another joint speech. It is not that
8,
difficult.
9, 10.
Okay, everyone else seems to be able to find a way to organize this without having people audition. I would rather chew glass than audition to speak at someone's wedding. Oh my god. I'm not a fan of auditioning. Like, I like it, but it's also just like so annoying. It's like, it's just such an annoying thing. I can't even imagine being asked to do this. I would flat out say no. Like, I'd be like, honestly, I'd rather not. The only reason why I speak at weddings is because I'm asked. If I had a choice, I probably wouldn't. You know, you gotta be like 10. Sober or sober-ish.
8 and 9.
You gotta
hell
chill
nah.
out. You know, everybody else is having a good time and stuff, and like I get really
there's
nervous.
9.
Like I know that I'm a YouTuber and stuff like that, and I talk to cameras for a living, but like I get really nervous, okay, public speaking. I'm nervous the whole day leading up to it. I'm not able to enjoy the wedding. I can't even imagine. Like, speaking at weddings can be fun, but for the most part, it's a bit of a pain in the
Oh, there's 8.
If I was asked to audition, I would flat out be like, no.
No, I don't think I will.
And also, you don't get to control what people say in their speeches either. Like, that's kind of like the fun part, right? It's supposed to be like this, you know, event where like you hear all these nice things for the first time, or like maybe you hear some embarrassing things for the first time. I don't know. It's just like you can't control what people say. This is giving very controlling. You're the a-hole. This is obnoxious behavior. Yes, the day needs to be about you, but that doesn't mean that you get to act like a diva.
My ear hole was getting itchy.
Parents,
Lucky I didn't stab myself
friends,
in the brain.
best friends,
Jesus.
and that's it. You can have the nonas and the nonos say like something during the ceremony. There's plenty of ways to set it up, but this is just ridiculous.
You've lost your mind.
I would tell you to f off if I had to audition and have my speech vetted. Just have the privilege of speaking at your wedding, literally. Like, I audition for things to have the privilege to be paid to be a performer. I'm not gonna audition for something I don't even want to do in the first place. Pick a couple of people you trust or are most relevant, and tell others you already have people giving speeches, so there unfortunately won't be time. Yeah, it is a terrible idea and like a really fast and easy way to have nobody speak at your wedding, because nobody would want to do this. It is decided you are the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend that her free wedding is unrealistic? Free wedding, you say? Interesting. Wonder what that means. I, 24 female, am a member of a friend group in which one member, we'll call her Coral, 23 female, is getting married. She announced her engagement to her fiance, 25 male, a few weeks ago, and we were all happy for her. Over the weekend, though, she shared more specific plans for the wedding, and that's where things have kind of gone off the rails. Ooh. She said she's been seeing a lot of people on TikTok and Insta showing off how to plan free weddings. Weddings where the couple spends $0, aside from the marriage certificate fee, I guess. At first, I thought she meant a city hall wedding, which would be completely fine, but then she and I got to the details and her expectations for the ceremony. Okay, so hold on. The bride and the groom don't spend $1, but then everybody else has to, like, pay for everything?
Precisely.
Because, like, I'm sorry, I'm hearing, like, ceremony, and I'm thinking, like, unless somebody has, like, a backyard that you can use, I don't see... And even then, this is a huge pain in the ass to host someone else's wedding. Like, okay. She's gonna try and find someone with a large outdoor space to use, not formally a wedding venue, who will donate their area in support of love.
Ew.
I think unless somebody offers, that's not something that is gonna happen. I'm just saying. She's gonna have all of her guests bring a potluck with very specific assignments. Okay, I mean, I've seen this before. I've seen like a potluck wedding. It wasn't bad, actually. It was like I feel like it was like a buffet and like potluck kind of situation. So I've seen that. She will have a friend officiate, a friend do photography, and a friend do save the dates and invites. Her family to do the flowers, etc. Including some harder to swing, in my opinion, things like getting a large tent, decorations, wedding favors, speakers, a band. I'm not sure what her plan was for a dress. I'm just, okay, like, it would be nice, don't get me wrong, to not spend any money, but, like, why do you want to have a wedding where, like, you're not contributing anything to your own wedding and you just want everyone else to do it for you? You're hosting a party, my guy. You have guests coming from, like, out of town, probably. People taking time off work for you, giving you gifts. Maybe this is a cultural thing, but, like...
In my culture.
No, but seriously, like, I don't know, my parents are European, and, like, when we host... we take care of everything. You don't have to lift a finger. But then my parents, oddly enough, they always complain when like their friends invite them over, like friends that they've invited and like taken care of everything. Those friends will then invite them and say, oh, could you like bring some dessert or something? And they always about it because they just think like it's so fucking rude.
Canadians. The Canadians are heathens.
But it's like cultural, right? Like I feel like it's like different cultures. Anyways, I grew up feeling like if you're gonna be hosting an event, you need to like be a host, and that means unfortunately paying for some things. And like believe me, I get it. The wedding industry is crazy. It's so expensive. It is so hard to have a wedding for even less than like $20,000, especially in like a big city. But you know, I've seen people do it where they do the city hall wedding and then they just all go to a bar afterward. Some like bars, you know, you can rent out the whole thing for like a couple $1,000 or whatever. Cash bar, I don't know, I guess. But it's just like, this is just a lot to ask of everybody, and I'm not a fan. It's tacky, in my professional opinion. And I am a professional. I feel like I'm like a professional wedding judge. What is more is that Coral and her fiance really aren't poor. Oh, stop. Oh, please.
Ooh. Stop it. Get some help.
From what I can tell, she works as an accountant at a big company, and her fiance does software sales. Oh, okay, so they have money.
We're in a different tax bracket.
Plus, his parents are loaded. It sounds like they just want to do the free wedding thing for the sake of it. I feel like I know exactly what TikTok this person is talking about, because I've seen that TikTok, and it was like, I feel like people were sitting on like barrels of hay or something. Like for the ceremony, people were sitting on hay. Stop it right now, no way. Get a nice little tick at the ceremony. Lyme disease. That would be okay, but she's shifting all the costs onto other people, some of whom are probably less well off. Yeah, no, not fair. She told me she wants to make the cake and then sent me some pictures for inspiration. The cakes were ridiculously elaborate. We're talking multi-tier fondant flowers, gold leaf, and one even had a hand-painted watercolor design. I'm not a professional baker. I just like to bake cookies and brownies sometimes. She wants OP to make the cake. Oh, no. Absolutely not. Can you imagine being entrusted with, with this responsibility? Dude, this is a surefire way to have a show of a wedding, because if you're entrusting other people that are not professionals to like take care of for you, like
gonna have a bad time.
People are gonna half-ass it. They're gonna be resentful. They're not gonna do a good job. Some people are probably gonna drop out at the last minute. Like, this is a surefire way of like having a disaster of a wedding. I told her those cakes would probably take me days and they won't come out anywhere near as good. She kind of laughed it off and said, oh, it's not about being perfect. It's just about everyone pitching in.
It'll be fun.
Wait, that doesn't sound fun.
That is not my idea of fun. I told her that fun or not, what she was describing was basically her friends and family subsidizing her wedding with time, money, and labor, and it was unfair to expect people to spend that much on her free wedding. Or else she was expecting everyone to show up to a lackluster event and just pretend it was amazing. This is the thing. If you're not paying professionals to like at least do things like the flowers, like I feel like, you know, everybody can kind of cook a decent meal maybe, but like things like the flowers, the decor, like don't you want
I made
like,
black and
quality
purple
at your
rice
wedding?
today, and then I turned it
This
into
sounds like such
risotto.
a drag for everybody. My
And
social anxiety
then
could never. It's
I
like a group
made
project
broccoli
that none of
cheese
us wanted
rice
to do because
out
we already
of some
graduated and
brown
moved on
rice.
from that, so we don't need the credit. Yeah, pretty much. I said if she wants a free wedding, she should probably elope or go to City Hall because this isn't really free. It's just free for her. That part.
That part. That part.
I might have been a little more forceful in my wording, but I didn't swear or call her names or anything like that. She got super quiet
would've.
and just looked at me for a minute or so and then left with another one of our friends driving her home. Later that night, I got a text from a friend saying that I really hurt Coral's feelings. Okay, maybe so.
And?
Like, I'm sure that she had this like grand idea of like being able to share this on TikTok and brag about it, but like I guarantee you that TikTok where people are bragging about like,
Oh, I had a free wedding. I didn't pay for anything.
I don't think that it was as great as she made it seem. It might have been great for her because she didn't pay for anything, but like not for everybody else involved. I'm just saying. Even if her plans were a bit unrealistic, I should have just let Coral come to that conclusion on her own. No. It's everybody being yes men with Coral. Oh, that would be like nice. Yeah, sure. Oh, how fun. Those friends are the friends that are the problem. Like, I'm just saying, this should have been shut down like immediately. Coral messaged me saying, sorry, don't worry about the cake with no more context. Yeah, no, so she's just passing off that duty to someone else. The duty. I'm feeling pretty bad right now, especially since Coral was so happy and excited and she never really said anything mean to me. Perhaps I should have just gone along with the cake since she said she wouldn't be mad if it turned out badly, but I'm worried that her wedding would not have been what she wanted. And I was also frustrated about the cake request. I think that if you didn't say it, someone else would have. And like maybe you could have waited for someone else to, but like you're all gonna be like wasting time up until that point. Like you're getting to the same conclusion. Like why not just get there faster, you know?
That's what she said.
I'm not a fan of wasting time. I'm really not. Edit to add. Honestly, I feel a bit bad now. Coral is a really sweet person who's just a bit naive. I feel like a lot of people in the comments are tearing her up more than she deserves. She's always been the baby of the group, and I just got frustrated and ranted on this case. I don't know what the fiance thinks about all this. I understand that Coral is a nice person, okay? She's also a bit Lulu. This is a lot to ask. And she can be a perfectly sweet and nice person. I know plenty of perfectly sweet and nice people who are also a bit entitled. And I feel like they also get away with being entitled because they're perfectly sweet and nice. But it still doesn't change the fact that this is a lot to ask of your family and friends. And I think the right thing to do here would be to like, okay, maybe there's some things that people can pitch in and do, but there are certain things that she's gonna have to like take the reins on. Like she's gonna have to pay for the venue if she can't find, you know, someone to host her wedding for free. Like she has to be willing to like pitch in too, because like asking everybody else to do it for her when she's not like in a position where she can't afford it, I feel like is really...
It's so icky.
I understand that like she's nice and stuff, but like this is not a nice thing to do. I'm just saying. Not the a-hole. She's in for a rude awakening the first time she asked for a free party tent from someone. Those are expensive as to rent. Maybe she's getting ahead of herself here. Maybe she just truly doesn't understand how much work goes into a wedding. But there's a reason why like these vendors have such intense contracts. Granted, the wedding industry is out of control. Like people are charging way too much. There's like a wedding tax on things that should be a lot cheaper. I get it to some degree because you have to deal with people. People are pains in... You have to deal with like so many circumstances that are out of your control, people not paying, like people not showing up, like all of these things. That person that shared on TikTok that they did a free wedding, that was like a once in a blue moon sort of situation, and I guarantee you it wasn't as great as she made it seem. Okay, there's people in the comments who are saying, you know, there's people out there that did like, you know, cheap weddings. You can, you know, go to a park and have like a barbecue with people, like invite everybody to the park so you don't have to pay for a venue, right? But expecting like things like flowers, like the quality of a big extravagant wedding, but everybody else having to like pitch in and do, like, that's not, no. We rented a nice community center in a nice neighborhood for $200 for the day and used very little decor beyond candles and tablecloths. I found my bridesmaids' dresses on clearance at Macy's for $10 a piece, and they each carried a single lily. My mother-in-law made my dress, my family made the food, and my sister-in-law took pictures. My husband's tux was free when the groomsmen rented theirs. I made the cake. Total cost under $2,000. But this is like, it's still $2,000.
Nothing is free in this world, huh?
Cheap as possible, but it's not going to be fancy, and people need to volunteer rather than being voluntold. That part, okay? If people all pitch in and offer, that's one thing. It's still a lot. Like, I would feel, I don't know if I would be comfortable with someone offering to do stuff like this for my wedding, but, you know, anyways.
Okay, that's it for 8.
She's telling people
Moving
that this is what they
on.
need to do to show up for her is very unfair. So am I the a-hole for telling your friend that her free wedding is unrealistic? No, I mean, she needed to be told by somebody, and like, granted, you know, you could have waited for someone else to tell her. You know, why delay the inevitable? Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not attending my granddaughter's wedding? This was posted in the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. I, female 84, was preparing to attend my granddaughter's wedding, female 28. It was a destination wedding, but not out of the country. Think we all live in Myrtle Beach, but the wedding was in Charleston, about 4 hours away. This was to be a 2-night stay, as the wedding was to be on a Friday afternoon. So we're leaving Thursday morning and staying through Saturday. My son, the father of the bride, was going to drive me as it was so far away. On Thursday morning, just as I was getting up, the father of the bride came into my room and said he was not going to attend the wedding. Oh. I was so confused. He was clearly distraught and looked ill. He explained to me that the prior evening, my daughter, female 46, who was also aunt and godmother to the bride, B, has been trying to find out when and where the rehearsal dinner was going to be, and we were all going to drive together and had not been given details about the rehearsal dinner. Apparently, when my daughter, aunt/godmother of the bride, had texted my youngest granddaughter and sister of the bride about the details, she'd been given a place and time, information that had not been shared with father of the bride and other family members on the father of the bride's side. Father of the bride and mother of the bride are divorced, but the father of the bride had paid $20,000 toward this event. After an hour, aunt of the bride had received a new text. Sorry, aunts and uncles are not invited to the rehearsal dinner. My daughter, aunt of the bride, was devastated.
When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
She replied, so I'm not invited? She had been so involved in the bride's life, had taken her on several trips out of the country, in the country, etc., and it was a rehearsal dinner for an out-of-town wedding. This didn't make sense. We had already been invited to attend a shower for the bride.
It's not that serious, really.
When father of the bride had called the bride Wednesday night, the bride answered,
"What do you want, Dad? I'm busy. It's my wedding week."
She and in-laws to be had gone up early and were partying in a beachfront suite. When father of the bride asked why his sister, aunt of the bride, had not been invited to the rehearsal dinner, the bride said no, there wasn't room at the venue. The venue for the rehearsal dinner held 50 people. The bride's side had a very small number of people. Father of the bride, mother of the bride, her husband, 2 grandmothers, 2 other grandparents, aunt of the bride, and that was it. Total of 10. The step-grandfather wasn't attending, as he had been placed in a memory care home that week. New wife of father of the bride wasn't attending either. There are no other aunts and uncles on the bride's side, just my daughter, aunt of the bride. My other son and another uncle of the bride had passed, so I don't know if the groom had aunts and uncles, but we didn't meet any at the shower. When father of the bride found out that his sister, aunt of the bride, wasn't invited to the rehearsal dinner, she became very upset, as he knows how much his aunt of the bride had done for the bride. Apparently they couldn't have children of their own, and it was an out-of-town wedding. Okay, so obviously there's like a blanket statement that goes with this, which is like, you know, it's their wedding, they can invite who they want, etc., etc. But I think in the case where it's an out-of-town wedding, everybody's driving up and like spending money And like, this is a destination wedding. Like, this is like, you still have to get a hotel, you have to spend money on gas, you have to fly or whatever. I think the day before the wedding, like, there should be some sort of event to accommodate everybody that's coming from out of town to celebrate you getting married. Yes, it's her wedding and she can invite who she wants, but at the same time, does she have to invite her? No, but it's kind of rude to have a rehearsal dinner or like a welcome party or whatever and not invite certain members of the family or whatever. Yeah, it's one thing if you're having a wedding and like there's like 5 people going. It's another thing to have like a massive out of town wedding and like exclude people from wedding events. It's a little odd. When he told the bride that it wasn't right that aunt/godmother hadn't been invited, the bride became very irritated and eventually texted him, "Don't come." So when I woke up on Thursday ready to leave, we were all stunned. Who says that? Like to their, like, don't come? None of us ended up attending the rehearsal dinner or the wedding. Since then, the bride has cut off all communication, as have her sisters. It seems the bride was only involving father of the bride because she wanted money for the wedding. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but if the father of the bride contributed money, like a very substantial amount of money, I'm sorry, but they get a few invites. That's not free. It comes with strings, and the very least that you can do for that very large gift is to include members of their family. Am I the a-hole for not going to the wedding or the rehearsal dinner? My daughter, onto the bride, was so upset and was okay with us going without her, but she didn't understand how the bride and her now husband could not have included her in the rehearsal dinner. The rehearsal dinner was held at a bar and restaurant, not fancy. Others who had been invited, step-grandfather and stepmother of the bride, could not attend, so there was room. Point blank, it's not about the room. It's about the bride not wanting her aunt there. I'm just telling you right now. For whatever reason, you know, maybe it was a budget thing, which is entirely possible, but it's also like, you know, you did get $20,000, so... Like, was she paying for it? It just, I don't know. Maybe it was a budget thing. I have a feeling that it's a budget thing, but still. It wasn't a money issue for the groom's family either, as they had funds to be in a suite on the ocean for 5 nights, and it was a casual outdoor bar restaurant setting.
Well, there goes that theory.
What if Aunt the bride hadn't known that she hadn't been included and she showed up? Would she have been sent packing to wait for the rest of us at the hotel, embarrassed?
Never assume.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that, like, you know, some people are invited to, like, the night before thing. And, like, granted, you know, I've been to weddings before where, like, you know, Mike was the MC and, like, he had to go to a rehearsal dinner the night before and, like, I wasn't included in that. But I would think that, like, members of the family would be included in something like that. My granddaughter has not reached out since. I'm now a widow, and they didn't send a card about my husband's passing. Even though Aunt of the bride had emailed them about him being close to death. They visited him once a few days before at the facility when we weren't there, but nothing. There was a lot of wedding planning that has caused hurt feelings well before this that were red flags, but how could the bride and groom not include the bride's aunt/godmother at an outdoor bar and restaurant? They could have simply just made room for her, and she was also the godmother of the bride. Am I the a-hole for expecting all the guests to have included in an out-of-town rehearsal dinner? I thought it was a given that out-of-town guests were always invited to such things, and if it was a destination wedding, that meant everyone attending should have been invited. I'm so disturbed by this, I don't know what to do. Okay, again, it's like, it's her wedding, and she can invite who she wants. Maybe it was a budget thing, like maybe they were paying for everybody to be at this, like, dinner or whatever, and they didn't want it to, like, they had to cut it off at some point, and it was, like, a small thing. But at the end of the day, I do genuinely feel that, like, if you're having a destination wedding, and, like, granted, these people can afford it. If you're having a destination wedding, everybody's coming in from out of town, traveling really far, taking time off for you, the least you can do is have, you know, some sort of like drinks event, like maybe not necessarily pay for like another event, but like, you know, just have like some sort of meetup or something. I'm just saying. Am I the a-hole for expecting all of the guests to be included? I mean, I wouldn't say all the guests. Wedding party are often invited to rehearsal dinners and not all the guests. But I would think that someone who was super close to the bride would be invited. If I were the father of the bride, I would send mother of the bride and bride an invoice for the money he contributed. I mean, I don't hate that idea. Not the a-hole. I wouldn't have gone with her attitude in last-minute changes for a destination wedding. It sucks that she doesn't seem to give a rat's ass, but please live your life. It kind of sounds like the bride has this mentality of like,
this is what I'm doing, and everybody else.
It is her wedding. She can do that, but like she also needs to suffer the consequences of people not being like, you know, happy about not being like accommodated, and it is what it is. You can't accommodate everybody. I feel like her behavior, like telling someone that contributed a very large amount of money to her wedding to like not come because he felt that someone should be included. I mean, that's a little brash. You know, you can be kind of annoyed about people making demands of you the week of your wedding, but you don't have to tell people not to come. That's a little rude. Not little, like a lot. I'm Canadian and I've never been to a rehearsal dinner. Not sure if it's not a thing in my country or not a thing with the people I'm around.
Canadians are heathens.
So again, like rehearsal dinners are not something that everything is invited to. I have been to a few destination weddings. I had one myself. I did have an event the night before the wedding. And I've been to other destination weddings where they had like welcome parties, like welcome events where people met up before and like, you know, everybody's excited and like meeting each other and stuff like that. So like it's normal for an out of town wedding to have something where everybody gathers the night before, like a dinner or like drinks at a bar or like whatever. I thought rehearsal dinner was for members of the wedding party and not every family member, no matter how precious they are. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Sometimes, yeah. Where I'm from, it's considered polite to invite out-of-town guests as well, not leave them to fend for themselves. But this being a destination wedding and everyone being from out of town, not sure how that would work. I get what everybody's saying in the comments. That's like, I've literally never been to a rehearsal dinner. It's not something that everyone's invited to. That's totally fair. I just do think that this was an out-of-town wedding, and I think that it's normal to like have, I think it's like the custom to have some sort of event the night before to welcome everybody. Yeah, I think it's a preference thing, honestly. And like also there's the added thing about like people contributing to the wedding too. Like they're good enough for you to take their money, but not good enough for them to be like, yo, like can we maybe like invite this person who really cares about you? Unfortunately, that's the way it is. You accept money from people, your family members and such, and they get to make demands like that. So I don't think that you're the a-hole. I think it's totally normal for people to have events the night before the wedding, but that's just how I feel about it.
That's my opinion!
I don't think you're the a-hole. Maid of honor to sister. I set a bachelorette budget and was told to just start saving. Well, like how much though? My initial text said, hey, I just want you to have an amazing bachelorette, but I need to be upfront about my budget so we're all on the same page. With the flights and everything else we'll be doing, I can realistically spend $400 to $500 max per person on the Airbnb. I'm totally open to a pool or hot tub if it fits within that range. Like the place you saved with the pool would actually be perfect at about $393 per person. I can't swing $600 plus per person on housing when we'll be out most of the time and already spending a lot on activities. I don't want this to become stressful or uncomfortable for me or anyone else financially, so I wanted to be clear before anything else is booked. Okay, fair enough.
Good communication.
Her response, I'll try to be respectful of your budget, but also think it may be more than $450 because of all the minor fees. We are going during a holiday, so that alone is more money than most weekends. I think moving forward, just understand that where we're going is an expensive place already. California is not cheap. Realistically, drinks and food will be more than what you expect. Truly, it's awkward to even say this, but I'm still not really supposed to be paying for anything during that weekend. Ooh. Ooh, you said that. She said it. Ooh, I don't love that. I know money's tight for some people. Just start budgeting and saving. I also have a wedding and living expenses to pay for. So I get it, but it's also a once-in-a-lifetime trip.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I know that, like, I've done videos in the past about destination bachelorettes and stuff like that, where it's been like, okay, expect to spend money. If you're going on a destination bachelorette, expect to spend money. With the case of this, she's being completely upfront about the fact that she cannot afford it. I think that she's completely within her rights to not attend this event. If it's gonna be something that's like completely out of control, like expect to spend like thousands of dollars, like that sort of thing. Realistically, you're going on a destination bachelorette, you should expect to spend that amount of money, but that doesn't mean that everybody's going to be able to go. I'm the maid of honor. The bride is my older sister. There will be 6 of us going to California over Memorial Day weekend. 4 days, 3 nights. We never discussed budgets up front, and to my knowledge, she hasn't discussed budgets with the other bridesmaids either. I know this is partly on me. I also don't have their numbers, and this is my first time being in a bridal party, so I genuinely didn't know what was typical. I was under the impression that she would pay for her flight and her portion of the Airbnb, and the rest of us would cover our own portions plus food, drinks, activities for her. I feel like that's fair. Honestly, I know it's like tradition for the bride to like not pay for anything, but I think like with these bachelorettes getting so out of control and like I don't think that that's a fair thing to ask at all. And it certainly isn't a fair thing to like hold over people's heads either. This assumption was partly because she'd been very particular about the Airbnb vibe. Based on her math, she's not including herself in the split, which I now realize I shouldn't have assumed. She planned most of the bachelorette herself. I've tried helping with planning locations, restaurants, and activities, but most of my suggestions were changed because they weren't the right vibe or she found something better. She also has a matron of honor who's been helping look at Airbnbs. She's been a bridesmaid for at least 2 of the girls who are now in her bridal party, so I don't know if she paid for a lot of their bachelorettes and now expects the same in return. It's possible. Regardless, this is far more than I expected. Honestly, fair enough. It's crazy out there. Realistically, bachelorette trips, they're expensive. Especially, you know, like if you have gone over and above to pay for like your friends' big bachelorettes where you're all going to Tulum and Costa Rica and Vegas and
Salty.
believe me, it gets out of control. And then it's like, okay, so this is the standard. I guess like I also want to do that for my bachelorette. It is kind of the standard. It's not everybody's standard. I just know that it's a thing. I'm not financially well off, and she knows this. I live carefully within my means, and I have been budgeting, but there's only so much I can save. The financial stress has been making me anxious, and her response felt dismissive, given she planned most of the trip and set the costs. If I'm being, like, totally honest here, like, if I was a bride,
That's
impossible. Like, I have a friend who's, like, my best friend,
Jay.
she's my maid of honor, and she's kind of expressing that she's, like,
That one-
worried about the cost of the bachelorette. Like, I understand it's customary
was
for
bad.
me to be paid for as the bride, but, like, I feel like I would do her a solid and, like, just fork out some cash, you know, like fork out some cash.
Hi,
So she can be
how's
there,
it going,
try
Mr.
to
J?
compromise because it's like I feel
They
like more
did you
important
see
to
the
me
check
to,
the
like,
emotes?
also
Check
have
the
my
emotes.
people
Check the
around me.
emotes.
And I've also been in situations
It actually
where, like,
made it
other
through.
people have like paid for people that they really want to be at their weddings and stuff like that, and they couldn't afford it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't
The
love
booby swipe
the
came
way
through.
that she's being treated. Just saying. At this point, I feel stuck because she's my sister. If I say I can't
I got a
afford
bunch
the
of
trip,
new
I'm worried she'll
emotes.
be angry or even remove me from the bridal party. She also left me on red for 2 days after I sent my original message. If I go, I'll be spending money I truly don't have, and I'm already feeling resentment build. I know I should have spoken up sooner, but I didn't.
Better late than never.
Unfortunately, it kind of just seems like it's like a little out of your control, and like she needs to be, I understand it's your sister, but like she also has to be like reasonable too. And if she wants, you know, all the craziness, and I feel like she could also pay for some of that herself. And yeah, budget really should have been discussed. It is possible that she's been on lots of these like expensive bachelorettes before with no budget, and she kind of expected the same for herself. But if someone is telling you that they can't afford it, and believe me, these types of discussions will come up. Like, we've definitely been in situations in my friend group where people couldn't come. You know, they're trying to convince us to go somewhere like a hostel to stay, and I'm like, that I'm not staying in a hostel, but that's the only way that they can afford to come. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So like, you can stay in a hostel. I'm not staying in a hostel. They scare the shit out of me. But yeah, it's resulted in them not being able to go, and it is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
The bride has the right to like have the fun bachelorette, like, and go all out. She does have the right to do that. But if someone is expressing to her, someone important to her, that they're like not going to be able to like pay for it, like, I don't understand. You should care more about the people that are around you than like them being able to afford your trip. And maybe the trip's more important to her. I don't know.
Once in a lifetime.
Okay, so partial update. I talked to the bride about my budget concerns. She said she's frustrated because she feels that she planned everything herself. Even though I did try to help, and things I worked on ended up getting changed or scrapped. She said I'm the only one in the bridal party with a budget, and no one else
The
has
booby
raised money
swipe one.
concerns. So what? And that she doesn't want to have to limit what she can do because of me. Fine. So, like, if that's how she feels, then, like, she has to be okay with you not going. I explained that money makes me really anxious. I'm trying to save. I have student loans, and I don't want to go into debt for this trip. She asked why that would happen, and I explained the total
And
cost is already
this
more than I
one,
was
and
expecting.
this one.
She said she doesn't want to be worried about money on her
And
bachelorette, and
this
suggested that
one.
maybe this trip
Honk,
isn't for
honk.
me. Great, I agree. She also said if I she'd have to replan parts of her wedding, which I felt like she was implying I wouldn't be a bridesmaid anymore. Okay, that's a no. That's a no from me, dog. Let's keep it at, so then honestly, like, it's totally fine if you don't want to come to my bachelorette or you can't come to my bachelorette because you're worried about money. Totally fair. Obviously, I would love for you to be there, and that's it. It's not,
Well, then I'm gonna have to be.
like, that's where you're a bridezilla, okay? Just saying. She doesn't want to put the Airbnb on her card, but I also can't front the amount. I don't want to have the lump sum or hold the on. She wants you to put it on your credit card.
She's a little scammer.
Ooh. Ooh, no, no, no. Why is it going on the person's credit card that's concerned? No wonder you're concerned about money. I would literally, if she wanted this, okay, so she doesn't even have enough credit to be able to do this, but like, if one person is gonna put money on a credit card to afford an Airbnb, everyone needs to send the money for the Airbnb before it's on the credit card. Like, I've been in so many situations where I paid for the Airbnb, did not get paid back for like literally months. I can't even imagine asking someone who has like budget concerns to do that either. There also isn't a clear plan for how group expenses like drinks and Ubers will be split, which makes me anxious because I don't want to end up stuck paying more than my share. She said it wouldn't be tit for tat or evenly split.
I think I'll pass.
Okay. Well, no, that's why apps like Splitwise exist. Great app. Highly recommend for group trips. When I mentioned trying to keep the whole trip around $1,500 total, she said that probably isn't realistic because of the fees. I said it feels like she was already resentful, and when she asked why, I mentioned her tone. She said she does have a tone and feels justified because I'm just now bringing this up. Even though the budget issue only really became a problem once we started talking about Airbnb prices. She asked me to decide by Sunday whether I'm going. By the end of the call, I felt like my financial boundaries weren't being respected and that I was being made to feel like the problem for having a budget. I mean, listen, just now bringing this up, you bring it up when you realize that this is getting a little out of control and you can't afford it. She's for sure being a bridezilla, and like, granted, you know, she has been in situations where she spent a lot of money on friends that are getting married. She's gone to their bachelorettes, and like, you know, it's like loose, right? It's kind of like,
oh yeah, I'll pay for this here, I'll pay for
Oh,
this
you get a
there.
roulette
I will
pull.
let you know that
They're
most
only
of the trips
sours.
that I've been on, like, you know, you do have to keep track, otherwise it gets out of hand quite fast. But hey, if
It's
you
a
can't afford to be on
Japanese
this bachelorette
lemon
trip,
super
then
sour.
she needs to respect that and like not hold it over your head and be resentful about it, because it's like, what do you expect people to do? Like, people can't go into debt for your wedding, let alone a bachelorette trip. Like, come on. It's a once in a lifetime trip for her. Yeah, that part. Believe me, bachelorettes are really, really fun most of the time. But yeah, it's just not everybody has that standard of a bachelorette, you know? And you have to be okay with that. She's being incredibly selfish, and people need to normalize having conversations about budgets for these things. They've gotten a bit out of control, and people think, well, just save then, as if many people aren't just trying to get by and haven't ever been able to save. It seems a bitch out of touch. Do what you gotta do. She has the right to have the bachelorette that she wants to have, okay? It is what it is. But you have to also be okay with people not being able to attend. It is what it is. It's not a big deal either way. As a grown woman, not including yourself in the split of a very expensive trip that you organize and are demanding people to attend is a move. Yes, 1000%. So this whole thing about, you know, brides not really paying for their own bachelorette trips, you know, I've heard of that. I've never been on a bachelorette trip that was like that, honestly. I've heard of it being customary. It is getting a little crazy, okay? It is getting to a point where it's like, that's not, like, unless we're all, like, extremely well off, I don't really see that being possible for most people. But then also, being the one that's picking everything and likely picking things that are more expensive and then demanding to be paid for is nuts. She needs to pay up and subsidize those with less funds or have something local. I understand she wants the trip that she wants to have, but like, then she's also saving money. Just fork out some money and get your sister over there, you know? Like, say it one more time directly. I cannot spend more than this amount. If you expect me to spend more on this, I can't attend. If me being maid of honor won't work, I'm sad, but I accept your choice. Done. Finito. Basta. My sister said I ruined her wedding. Here's the context. My sister's getting married on October 26th, a beautiful outdoor spring wedding. We are in Australia. I was like, October is not in the spring. That is such a mind, you know, like October being in the spring. That's crazy to think about. She instructed me. I was maid of honor, not asked, just told me. Okay. She said, you don't have to ask family. They should just do it. No, you usually ask. You usually ask. Like, I've had people literally come to me with like a cake and ask to be like their MC and with like writing on it. It is something that you ask. Just saying. She wants a child-free wedding. Fine. My in-laws will have my son, who will be 18 months at the time. The wedding is in a holiday destination, which is a 2.5-hour drive from where we live. And my in-laws have a holiday house there, and we plan on staying there, and my in-laws will watch my son at their holiday house. Okay. She asked hubby to be her MC. Okay. Their bridal party is uneven, including me. She has maid of honor, 4 bridesmaids, and her fiance has a best man and 3 groomsmen. Okay. Now on to the situation. I'm currently very early in my second pregnancy with twins and suffering really terrible morning sickness, although I'm sick all the time. As I'm not finished first trimester, we haven't announced it yet. 38 weeks is mid-August, so all being well, babies will barely be 6 weeks at her wedding. Hubby and I spoke about it and feel the best thing would be me stepping down as maid of honor and let her have her best friend, and I'll do my best to attend. Sister was at my house last night and I needed to go and vomit, and she made a joke to my husband about it being morning sickness, and he was like, it actually is, we haven't announced it yet, and my sister lost it and came into my ensuite yelling at me that I'm so selfish. She told me I've ruined her wedding, and she told me not to get pregnant before her wedding. Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. We've discussed this before. It's, you know, old news. People's lives don't stop just because you're getting married. And also, I think, like, ruin the wedding is kind of, like, that's reaching, okay? Someone being pregnant does not ruin your wedding. Hubby told her she was welcome to leave until she stopped yelling. I gave her the night to settle down in mall. I called her this morning. She lost it at me on the phone, continued that I ruined her wedding and I was uninvited.
Oh, no. Anyway.
Well, I mean, you weren't gonna go anyway. She's being dramatic. She's being dramatic, and I know she's your sister, but like, you didn't even really want to go anyway, so just like let her cool off. It's fine. Your sister is selfish. You should back out as maid of honor and just attend as a guest. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying, I think. At this point, I'd have second thoughts about even attending as a guest. I want to put as much distance between me and her as possible if I were OP. They're sisters, you know. I agree, the bride's acting really, really stupid. Hopefully she cools off, but if she doesn't, yeah, I wouldn't go either. Even if she took back uninviting her, I wouldn't go. Her husband should also back out of being MC. I mean, she ruined her own wedding, realistically. I would also be going low contact for a while and maybe no contact, depending on if sister escalates her behavior by harassing her or bringing in flying monkeys or anything. Yeah, I forgot about the husband being MC. Yeah, that's gonna have to like not happen as well. She really should have thought of that before she acted ridiculous. Why is someone being pregnant for your wedding ruining your wedding? I fail to understand that. Like, I will never understand that mentality. Like, what is wrong with you?
Oh, a lot.
What, you're mad about being upstaged? You're mad about, you know, people not being able to show up? It is what it is. We're all at an age, you know, where someone's gonna be pregnant. Someone's gonna be getting engaged. Someone's gonna be getting married at the same time as you. Like, get the over it. And stop being a bridezilla. Subscribe! In 10 seconds or less. You are not. This is how to dump a friend in 10 seconds or less. You are not my friend. Am I wrong for being hurt that my best friend doesn't want me at her wedding? It depends on what you did, bestie. I'm just kidding. Let's see what you said. For context, love a little context. My best friend, 25 female, and I, 25 female, have been best friends for over 10 years. I will refer to her as BFF for this story. Her and I have also been good friends with another woman, C, for several years now. About 2 years ago, BFF and C became roommates, and I ended up moving out of state about 6 months later for work. BFF and C naturally became closer, and BFF got really close to C's family who live nearby. Over the course of that time, I've felt left out on more than one occasion by both of them, and BFF's fiance, who I am also friends with. In particular, I've felt that my efforts have not been appreciated or reciprocated by BFF. I admit that I should have been more direct in how I've been feeling before it got to this point, but the most recent issue has been my breaking point. BFF is getting married to her fiance, who was a mutual friend before they got together, in a courthouse wedding at the beginning of 2026. They will have their reception later that year. Originally, BFF said that the courthouse wedding was just going to be her, fiance, and each of their parents. I have no issues with that. However, that's not what's actually happening. Let me guess. C is invited and not you. A couple of months ago, I had asked if my husband and I could fly to celebrate with them that weekend in a small way, which she had offered to do for me when my husband and I had thought about doing a courthouse wedding. I thought she said she would love for us to come. I guess there was some sort of miscommunication because she thought I meant I would visit a week or two after the wedding. She told me it wouldn't work having us come that weekend. I suggested some alternatives for visits and mentioned I would be hurt if C's family ended up being involved in the celebration. Noted. I'll admit, I was not very direct with my comment, but I wasn't sure how else to bring up the topic of feeling left out over the past couple of years. Looking back, I wish I had worded it differently. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. I wish you had said something like, is there anyone else going to the ceremony? Like, let her kind of answer the question, you know, rather than being like, well, I'm gonna be mad if she's gonna be there, you know? Don't love it, but you know that you should have worded it differently. So at first, she completely ignored my message. I texted her again the next morning, to which she finally replied. She basically blew up at me, calling me selfish, saying that they can do their wedding however they see fit, which I agree with to a point. I don't understand why she reacted the way she did and proceeded to explain and clarify that it wasn't just about the wedding, that her behavior has repeatedly hurt my feelings. Again, crickets. Here's the thing. I think you're totally valid in feeling left out, but the fact of the matter is that people have, you know, it's clear to me that you guys have drifted a little bit, and it is not appropriate, I would think, to bring it up right now. I will say again, you're valid, your feelings are valid, but it's her wedding, and I understand that she's doing stuff that's hurting your feelings, but again, it's like, it kind of is what it is. Maybe she has another reason, or maybe you guys have drifted and, you know, she's closer to somebody else.
Ooh,
you don't know why, but again,
blue.
it's like, it's
I
not
want
really
to
about
stop
you
diamond painting
anymore.
though. I'm gonna
At
switch
least
to a
in
game.
this case, you know, like, let her get
That's
married, let her
camp.
make her own decisions, and it might mean the end of your friendship, but I'm just saying, I don't think that you should have brought it up. I texted C to clear the air with her, as I've also felt hurt by her. That conversation was much more productive, and I feel like we were on good terms. During that convo, she mentioned she had been asked by BFF and fiance to officiate their wedding. This completely broke me. I feel like I was punched in the gut and stabbed in the back at the same time. It's not that BFF only wants parents there, she just doesn't want me there for whatever reason. BFF and I have been through so much together, and I never would have done something like this to her. I thought we were like sisters, but I guess she no longer cares about me like I do her. So Reddit, am I in the wrong? Have any of you dealt with similar situations? I'm very fragile, so please be kind, and any advice is greatly appreciated. I included screenshots with names blurred out for privacy. Okay, so we do have texts. We're gonna get to them in a second. Okay, I think both things can be true. I think it's entirely possible that she felt closer to C and that she cares about you. It's not like she's having, like, at least based on what you shared, it's not like she's having this massive wedding and didn't invite you. You said yourself that you guys have kind of drifted. You know, this reminds me of a story of a friend of mine who's getting married soon. This girl was so unbelievably excited to get engaged. Like, this girl was like, our mutual friend is her fiance, and we were all just like, do it, she's great, just propose, honestly. It's like pulling teeth. He's just a very aloof guy. Anyways, he finally proposed to her over the trip to Italy, same trip, you know, with like my wedding and stuff like that. He finally proposed to her, and in Lake Como, it was so beautiful. She said yes, obviously, and you know, the first thing you do when you get engaged is you pick up the phone and then you call either your parents or, you know, your best friends. She calls her best friend, and she's telling her best friend that she's engaged, and you know, she's so excited, but best friend is also with another friend of hers who is then upset that my friend did not call her first to tell her that she got engaged. This resulted in, like, I'm sorry, but like when someone is like just getting engaged or like they're leading up to their wedding and you're like coming up to them with like this weird like, but I thought we were friends, like, you know, it's just, your feelings are valid, but like you're taking away from the happiness of this person's moment. Unfortunately, with the case of my friend, she's not having friends at her wedding. She has decided to do a destination wedding, and because of this whole issue with like the best friend competition, she's like, I'm not inviting my friends to my wedding. Like, that's how hurtful it is to some people when people just kind of like pull and like, you know, they just, well, I thought we were besties. No, I was your best friend. No, I was like, come on, okay? Like, just please, like, let people have their moments, and it is what it is, you know?
Get over it.
Anyways, that's how I feel about it, but let's read the text messages and see what happened. So OP said, I'd rather come visit than during a better time of year, or even help subsidize the three of you coming out here. I knew I would be hurt seeing pictures of that weekend after the fact, with blank also involved celebrating with you both when it was supposed to be just you and your parents. Did something happen to you yesterday? If not, it's pretty crazy that you didn't respond. Yeah, like, okay, I just don't love this. I don't love it. I'm just saying. You can say whatever you want to say. You can, you know, make your feelings known to your friend, but like, when I'm about to get married, the last thing I want to hear is like, I thought we were friends. Like, when literally okay, yeah, it's just, I'm just saying. You trying to show up on the weekend of my wedding when I've clearly expressed to you why that doesn't work is very inconsiderate, and then finally exposing how you'll be the one hurt. Possibly seeing photos from my wedding is selfish. This isn't about you. It's not about anyone else. It's about my husband and I. It's our wedding. We get to be selfish. If we want parents there, then that's what we want. The friends aren't just random people we're inviting, and blank have been nothing but welcoming and treating husband and I like their son and daughter. They are our parents. Maybe me not responding was creepy, but what you've been trying to do is worse. If you decide to come visit us in a couple of weeks after the wedding to celebrate, I will be more than happy to see you guys. If you don't want to at all, I understand. This topic isn't up for discussion. I no longer want to talk about this anymore. Okay, one last text. It's not just about the wedding. I agree. It's your wedding, your choice. That part I understand. I feel like you're not understanding what I'm trying to get at. I'm simply trying to express that I have felt left out by all three of you, but especially by you on more than one occasion over the last 1.5 to 2 years. Okay, and you're valid for feeling that way, but bringing it up right now is not appropriate. It's not fair to her, and I understand it's not fair to you. The whole thing's not fair to you. Like, my guy, like, I'm not good at confrontation, so I haven't been bringing it up directly, and that's on me. Yeah, you had plenty of opportunities to bring it up. You're choosing her, like, literally right before she's getting married.
Get in my orchard!
I can speak from experience that she has a million other things to worry about right now. I should have said something a lot sooner. It feels like you only want me around when it's convenient for you or 100% what you want to do. I understand that they're not random people and your relationship with them doesn't inherently bother me. What bothers me is how I'm no longer seeming to be a priority, or that my efforts seem to go unreciprocated. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, OP. You're valid. It hurts, doesn't it? But this was not the time to bring something like this up. Like, in certain situations, you gotta, like, the let them theory, you know? Like, just let them. And I understand it's hurtful that you felt left out and stuff like that, but, like, at the same time, it's like, shit happens. And there was a different time that you could have brought this up. I would have brought it up after the wedding, honestly. But anyways, here are some of the comments. What do you mean that they can do whatever they want for their wedding to a point? There is no to a point. They can do whatever they want. It sounds like you've grown apart and you don't want to accept it. Sucks, but just move on. I hate to agree. I mean, I kind of actually miss that. Like, to a point. Unfortunately, like, they are allowed to do whatever they want. It is their wedding. It's their choice. It's just like, this kind of shit is absolutely so unbelievably common. I know for a fact that most brides do their best to accommodate everybody, but it is impossible to accommodate every single person and whatever they want. I'm sure she tried to accommodate, but also, like, maybe we all need to come to terms with the fact that, like, sometimes we drift apart from people. I personally regard my best friends as people that I'm talking to, like, daily. Like, if we're not regularly checking in, like, we're on phone calls, we're catching up, you literally know everything that's going on in my life. I know everything that's going on in yours. Like, we're sending each other memes. Like, it's constant communication, you know what I mean? But if it's like, if it's one of those things where it's like, We were best friends. We chat sometimes. Like, let's be honest with where the relationship is and be done with it, okay? Like, it's okay. So I don't mean this meanly, but when you were about 23, you moved and the two of them lived together. That's a pretty crucial age range, and it sounds like they bonded, like you note, but I don't think you're acknowledging how far apart you've grown. It sounds like they want their closest people they love around them. Unfortunately, that doesn't include you. It doesn't mean they hate you or don't care about you, but you've all grown apart. Save your energy and pride and find new friends. I didn't think that she needed to find new friends. I think that the bride in the story cared about OP, but they just weren't as close anymore. I'm sure OP would have been invited to the reception, you know? And like, the timing of bringing it up is just really not
Where's
fair.
the garlic?
You told her you'd be upset if her close friend was involved in the ceremony. That's where you cross the line. That's the kind of controlling part to me. Like, if you do this, then I'm gonna be mad. Like, that's... Listen, I love you, bestie. Your feelings are valid. You're not wrong for being hurt. I think that you're wrong for how you expressed your hurt. But guys, we actually do have an update. Update. Am I wrong for being hurt that my best friend doesn't want me at her wedding? Hi, all. I couldn't figure out how to edit my original post, so I've included the link above. Thank you to everyone who gave support or kindly offered their opposing view. It helped me gain some insight into my friend's side and ways I can improve. For context, we're all in our mid-20s. The small update is that she agreed to talk to me over the phone tomorrow after I get off work. I will try to update how that conversation goes if I have time. I would like to clarify some things in the comments. I included more screenshots in this post to see the text from where I originally asked her about coming to celebrate the weekend of her courthouse wedding. This is when the initial misunderstanding happened, and looking back at the messages, I can see where the confusion came from. We both thought we were on the same page when we were not. I would like to emphasize that the only reason I asked about visiting the weekend of the wedding is because she had asked me the same thing when my husband and I were thinking about doing a courthouse thing. I had told her yes, but we ended up having a traditional wedding. In my wedding, BFF and my friend C were co-maids of honor. BFF's fiance was a groomsman. Also, I never asked about being a part of the ceremony itself. A lot of you had issue when I said I agreed with her to a point. I explained what I meant in the comments, and others also commented who did understand my intended meaning. Some also said that our shared history and the amount of time we've been friends doesn't matter, that it's about the quality of the friendship. Time and quality are related. It's hard to achieve anything of value without putting in both the time and the effort. These past 1.5 and 2 years make up less than 20% of our friendship. I believe that other 80% was a quality friendship and shouldn't be so quickly thrown away. She said she saw me like a sister, and I felt the same. Lastly, our 10+ year friendship has been more long distance than not. Sometimes I moved away, sometimes she did. She's lived in 3 different states as an adult, and I've lived in 5. Before BFF moved in with C, BFF lived about 4 hours away in another state.
Shit.
And C lived 5 hours away in the same state as
That's
me,
the wrong
but the opposite
dude.
side. Her fiance lived in between me and C. We tried to see each other about once a quarter and chatted online
I need the
often.
boat
This
guy.
BFF and C were previously roommates while I lived in a
Shit.
different state, and we were still able to maintain a certain level of closeness. Let's read the text messages. Hey, I had a question regarding your wedding and whatnot. I remember you saying you're doing the courthouse thing in January with just parents. I was thinking that my husband and I could fly out to do a mini celebration with y'all either right before or right after the courthouse thing. If you want to keep the whole thing strictly parents, though, I completely understand. What are your thoughts? Hold on, I'm at a doctor's appointment. I'll get back to you in a bit. No worries, take your time. Okay, finally finished my appointment. That would be fun for you to visit. The wedding date is February blank. I don't know how long you would want to visit. We can talk more in detail about it when blank is visiting. Hey, when are you getting married at the courthouse? It was sometime in February, right? February blank. We talked about you guys visiting after the wedding, right? I was thinking we could fly out that weekend. The weekend, as in you'd fly on Friday the 20th? Yes. I still need to look at flights, though, to see what would make sense. Okay, so wait, so she told you, I'm assuming that this date, the wedding date, I thought we discussed you coming after the wedding when me and my new husband are settled. The timing will be better for you guys to come and spend time with us. Okay, so she's very clearly saying no. I had asked about coming to celebrate with you guys the weekend of, not just a random visit. Okay, but like, unless she's expressly invited you, I don't know why you're like trying to like insert yourself though, babe. It would be one thing if she had invited you, but like, even if she didn't have other friends that were coming, like, she probably has plans, like, with her family. Yeah, you're kind of inviting yourself. Just saying. I'm being a little pushy. I'm guessing the airport is even smaller than the other one, right? It would be hard for us to fly into that one. Okay, again, we won't have time during the weekend, though. My fiance doesn't get a lot of vacation time and doesn't get to see his parents, and I'll be moving my things in boxes. That weekend will be too busy with everything. I don't want you guys to fly to visit us and it'd be a waste of your time. The best time to see us would be a weekend or two after. You could still fly into this airport. It would be something picking you up there and you guys driving to blank. And then OP says, I'd rather come visit then during a better time of year in Idaho or even help subsidize the 3
Ooh,
weeks.
wait.
I just knew I would be hurt seeing pictures of that.
I want a doggy.
That's when you kind of got mad at her. Is it helpful context?
Oh.
I don't know
Damn it.
entirely if it changes how I feel, honestly. Like maybe it was a miscommunication, but at the end of the day, she's also telling you like, please don't come. I'd prefer if you didn't. And you know, you can take that personally and you're valid for taking it personally, but at the same time, it is her wedding. So yeah, people in the comments are still saying like, yeah, you are honestly still being pushy. Like she's very clearly telling you no, and you're telling her that you're gonna be hurt seeing her pictures from that weekend. You're making it about you, okay? It's not about you. Just for future reference, everybody, like, it's not about you. Moving on. Am I the a-hole for kicking my best friend and her boyfriend out of my house? My boyfriend, now fiance, have been living together for a little over a year. We got pregnant in late 2024. In the summer of 2025, I was approximately 30 weeks pregnant with my son. I was already having some issues with my pregnancy, especially severe pain if I was standing too long, usually 45 minutes to an hour. This is important to know. My best friend and her boyfriend were in a bad situation back at his home, and we decided to let them move in with us for a little bit, with some rules. 1, when the baby comes, we need our space back. It's a huge adjustment as new parents. 2, clean up after yourselves. You're adults. 3, make sure you pay rent. A small amount, not much, $250 a month combined. Our mortgage is over $1,500. 4, get a job. Sounds pretty reasonable, but let me guess. Didn't go well. I thought these were reasonable and they agreed. They moved in shortly after. Everything was okay for about 1 to 2 weeks and then it went downhill. Her boyfriend kept walking around the house in just his underwear, showing no respect for me or my now fiance. We both asked plenty of times to stop. He never did. Okay. They were constantly arguing and fighting all the time. They ended up screaming at each other and slamming doors a handful of those times, even in the middle of the night as my fiance and I were trying to sleep since he had work in the AM. Ooh. No bueno. This is so inconsiderate. I cannot stand it when couples fight in front of me. Like, I hate it so. Oh my God. Then the mess started. Stove would be left on if I left the house. Oh, okay, no, danger. Danger, danger, danger. Our table and chairs would be sitting in the center of our kitchen after they moved them. They'd leave pots and pans and all these dishes either in the room or directly next to an empty sink, not in the sink. The stove would be atrocious. They rinsed their full bowls of food in the sink and clogged it. Clothes and mop buckets would be left out. They'd mix dirty dishes with clean dishes when they decided to use the dishwasher. Oh, absolutely not. Oh my God. As a Virgo, like, I can feel my cortisol rising as I'm reading that paragraph. Okay, I, at this point, was in mid-30 weeks pregnant, was constantly putting myself in extreme pain to the point that I started bleeding and puking. Oh, girly pop. Oh no. To the ER I went. Me and the baby were fine, thankfully. Oh yeah, no, they gotta go. I talked to them multiple times about this. It never got fixed. And they never got jobs. They never paid anything. Giggity. Numerous times and left stains and their mess and toys in plain sight in our bathroom. Ew, 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 ew. My mom and siblings were here for a little bit too, and the youngest being 10 years old. Oh, ew, 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 ew. Eventually, I told my fiance because I couldn't do it anymore. He told them it had to stop or they had to leave. Newsflash. Still didn't stop. No, je téléphone à la police at this point. Hello, oui. You will come and pick up these disgusting people at my house. They are leaving this shit everywhere, the toys, and they are nasty people. And I am pregnant and I do not want to see them anymore. Oui, thank you very much. See you soon. Like, I realize I don't know French, so I'm just doing a French accent. I gotta just Sound like Jean Chrétien when I do a French accent. Yes, I am the only Canadian that doesn't speak French. Okay, so I went into labor in the hospital for 5 days after delivery due to hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Doctor?
She texted me asking where I went. I said I was having my son and we'd be home in a few days. Please remember the expectation I set before you guys came. I come home and they're still there. The kitchen was wrecked. I started crying and freaking out because it was disgusting and I knew I'd have to clean it. My fiance took care of all of that while he was on paternity leave, yay. I'm sorry, but at this point, like, I'd be throwing hands. I'd be calling the police. Like, I don't understand why you're letting it get this way. Come on. I know you're pregnant and but like, come on. Police. I don't even know if you can call the police in this instance, but like, husband's gotta be a little more threatening, you know? You know what I mean though, right? Like, why are we just letting this happen? We kept telling them it's time to go. You've had 6 weeks to figure this out. Then my fiance went back to work and the mess started again. So here I am, freshly postpartum, still healing and bleeding and breastfeeding, trying to take care of myself, blood pressure, and my new son. I was still cleaning the messes up. I'd be breastfeeding and her boyfriend would walk downstairs and say, ew, ew, cover yourself up, that's gross. Oh, absolutely not. No. At this point, you literally need to take their shit and put it outside and change the locks, girl. Come on. Stand up, babe. Then I freaked out. I called my fiance and said they had to leave. Now, my blood pressure was through the roof, deadly levels. We all sat down that night and told them they had to go or we'd be going to the authorities. They finally left at 3 a.m. the following morning. She was pissed at me, telling me how could a best friend do this to another, leave them homeless and on the streets? How could a best friend stress another best friend out so much, a pregnant best friend, that they had to go to the hospital and still refuse to do anything she asked? So, am I the a-hole for kicking them out because they were literally gonna kill me for my blood pressure, making it super difficult for a heavily pregnant girl to live? I don't even think you needed, like, the last sentence, honestly. Like, they were gonna kill me. Like, point blank, they were being really disrespectful, and you made rules, and they didn't abide by them. So, no, you're not the a-hole. Like, duh. This person is not your friend. I know, sometimes I read these stories, and I'm like, what do you mean? I guess there are people who are telling OP that, like, she's such an a-hole, she should have stuck it out. She's in the comments and saying, like, oh, I should have been patient and dealt with it because they were my guests. I should have accommodated them and do what they want. But like, why though? They're not accommodating her. That's the people pleasers that are saying that shit. But even then, like, people pleasing, like, those are just pushovers. I'm glad that they left when they did, honestly, because like, you could have had a very serious situation on your hands where they're like squatters, and like, it's actually very difficult to get people to leave once they're staying in your house. I'm glad that it worked out. It could have been a lot worse. I personally think that you should have had that sit down way before. But I'm glad they left and that you can live in peace now. You can have your baby and have quiet and everything. So no, you're not the a-hole. I understand you feel bad about putting your friend out on the street, but like, they really should have thought about that before they were incredibly disrespectful and didn't do anything you asked. So am I the a-hole for dropping out of my best friend's bridal party and ruining an 11-year friendship? My best friend did not make me maid of honor. I was a little sad and shocked, but that is okay. The day is not about me. Okay, remember that this is the right way to handle this. You are valid for feeling the way that you feel. I've been in similar situations, but unfortunately, you don't make it about you, okay? The day is not about me. But then she tells me she doesn't think the maid of honor would plan the bachelorette because she's too shy, and basically implied she didn't trust her with the plans. So she wanted you to plan the bachelorette, even though you're not the maid of honor. Okay. I was even more upset because at this point it just seemed disrespectful, but I thought I love her and I will give her the day that she wants. She communicated that she wanted me to run any ideas by the maid of honor. She asked me to make the group chat instead of the maid of honor. She asked me to initiate the conversation. She would confide in me about things she wanted in her wedding. Okay. I mean, it kind of sounds like she like wants you to be her friend when it's convenient for her, but doesn't reciprocate feeling like she's your best friend. What am I trying to say? You see what I'm saying? Is it like translating? I don't know. Anyways, she wants the benefits of you believing that you're her best friend without... I'm having a brain fart. without giving you the honor of maid of honor. I messaged the maid of honor privately several times to try and get her to get things going and run things by her. She left me on red several times and then finally told me to start messaging the group for these things. I started messaging the group as per her request. We only communicated via the group. 3 months before the set bachelorette date, the maid of honor tries to move her bachelorette to the dead of winter, 5 months away from her actual wedding date, because she couldn't clear her schedule within the next 4 months. She was overall being a terrible maid of honor, and my friend confided in me about this. The bride called me crying about how unimportant she feels and how she really is
Do I
upset
want
no
the
one is
little
willing to
wolf?
shell out their money or time, specifically the
Or
maid of
a
honor.
different
She
kind
said
of
at this point she would
doji?
rather have no bachelorette than
You know
get
what?
stuck
I want
in a
the wolf.
snowstorm.
I want one.
Could have been avoided.
What am I gonna
if, like,
name it?
You were chosen to be maid of honor. I'm just saying. It's her choice at the end of the day. I feel like I don't mean to be petty about it, but like, God, this reminds me of one time where my friend like got married, and like I thought that we were like best friends and stuff like that, and like you know, I was feeling kind of sad that like I wasn't a bridesmaid, but you know, it is what it is. And then it turns out that her bridesmaid like didn't even show up to her wedding, and I was like, I was there, I was doing her makeup on her wedding day. I was bummed out about it. Like I'm not gonna lie, I was bummed out. I was like, I'm here doing your makeup, like giving nice speeches about you, here all day with you, and like, you know, the person that you chose didn't even come to your wedding, like, buddy. Anyways, again, I didn't say anything about it.
Let's
It still
name
upset
you.
me, but I didn't say anything.
Balto.
And by the way, I feel like she kind of watches this channel sometimes. Love you. I didn't say anything, okay? I didn't say anything, but just know I was hurt. Carrying on, I tried to hint at the maid of honor to understand that the bride was upset and didn't want a bachelorette in January, but it wasn't working.
Let's call
I found this sense
him.
that she's actually very much against doing it in January and doesn't want us to pay tons to not even go outside or be snowed in. She does want her girls to be there, but she also wants people to put in a little more effort to accommodate her. It is hurtful that no one is willing to sacrifice a day, weekend, or money to make things work the way she wants. We should be working to move our schedules, not trying to make her move her bachelorette 5 months before her wedding in the middle of winter. It's really inconsiderate, to be honest. This message released absolute chaos and put tension on the whole bridal party. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, awkward. Bridal party reached out to the bride and she did a 180. She told me I overstepped, started putting words in my mouth, and
Oh, I already have a gorgeous horse.
Huh. I beg your finest pardon. Were you not the only person who was looking out for her interests? She wouldn't admit to asking me to take on these roles. She acted like I made up those messages and just wanted control.
I want breeding kits.
Absolutely
Where do I
not.
get those?
You did not put yourself in the line of fire for this She just started straight lying. Oh no. I would like literally copy and paste. I would literally screenshot. Send it to the group. She pretended like I had been overstepping the entire time and said I was over planning. A week went by because I felt space and in person would make this conversation more approachable. I invited her out to dinner and this girl doubles down on how the bridal party has full rights to hate me and it will take time while telling me I need to get over it because it's been a week and I'm being selfish. Okay, so you need to get over it, but everybody else has time to get over it. Got it. She then starts saying I'm jealous. Oh, not the J word. That she has friends. And I'm like, girl, this has nothing to do with you having friends, but the fact that you put me in a hard situation and turned on me. That's all I'm trying to talk about. She just kept lying and making up stuff while I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation. After talking in circles at the restaurant, I sent her a text that told her it's best I step down because I don't even know who she is right now. A part of me feels shitty because it's her day, but she also is legitimately gaslighting me and pretending I made stuff up. Am I the a-hole for saying something that the bride communicated to me? Am I the a-hole for not letting the bride's betrayal go? She's kind of being really mean to you. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's one thing to, like, downgrade you and make you feel like you're not her friend. And again, it's like, it's her choice. But, like, at the end of the day, it's like, it is what it is. I would just remove myself, you know? Like, it's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna, like, it's fine. I'm just not gonna include myself then. It's almost like she's to you about everybody else, and then she also to everybody else about you. And they're all she's
Oh
just
shit.
over
Oh,
here and
awesome
over
reward.
there.
Awesome reward.
Oh man. Yeah, I would want to remove myself. This is a very toxic kind of situation. She doesn't really seem to value your friendship at all. It's one thing to kind of like, you know, not accommodate you with regards to like, you know, she didn't make you maid of honor, okay? That's, at the end of the day, that's her choice. Sometimes it's a tough call, but I feel like you're the only person that's doing what she asked and putting her feelings first, and she's not doing the same thing for you. And it's like, I don't know, I would also kind of feel like, okay, well, I thought I wasn't maid of honor. Like, I don't know why you're like, you know, I'm just along for the ride, you know? Anyways, am I the a-hole for dropping out of your best friend's bridal party and ruining an 11-year friendship? I think in this instance, I think she's being a bridezilla, and I think that you're valid for like not wanting to be a part of that. I think there's a difference between what's going on here and like the other story in this video. Like, let's not treat people with absolute cruelty. Like, yes, we have like, it's our wedding and our day, but like, let's not be an asshole about it. Okay, there's certain things that you're gonna have to be an asshole on, like choosing a maid of honor, choosing who's in your bridal party, picking where people are sitting, choosing who to invite, etc., etc. But like, let's like past that. It's like, okay, let's not be like rude to people who are like just trying to accommodate us, you know? So I'm gonna go with not the a-hole, but oh wait, let me hang on. Let's ask the audience. People are saying post the screenshots. I agree. Watch the bomb drop. Oh, but then she'll have no friends though. I mean, you very well could post screenshots that show her talking shit about all her bridal party friends. Just saying. But like, do you want that like karma? I don't know. Is it deserved? Is that her getting her karma? Maybe, but like otherwise it becomes this vicious cycle of like, take your karma, me get my karma, you get your karma, you know? Not the a-hole. If you have any of the bride's messages, drop them in the group chat and block them all. I hope she has the wedding she deserves. Everyone's really petty in this comment section. Not the a-hole. She threw you under the bus and keeps doubling down. Step out of the wedding and out of her life. She sounds toxic. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even think that you need to like drop the text messages. I think that you can remove yourself for sure. I think it's going to implode on its own. I don't think that you need to do anything, honestly. Like, as entertaining as it is, the thought of it. No, but no. Okay, like, come on. Let's not stoop, you guys. Okay. Yeah, Dunzo. Enough. Settle. Order in the car.
After we.
Okay? No, you're not the a-hole. It's decided. But depending on whether or not you want to drop the screenshots, you might be the a-hole. But like, is being in the a-hole so bad? Whoopsie. Sometimes you need to be the a-hole. I'm just saying. Here's one that's gonna ruffle some feathers. Am I overreacting? My friend was 2 hours late. Go on. So my friend and I made plans earlier in the week to hang out for dinner on Saturday. She texted me at noon on Saturday saying she's getting drinks with a friend and can we go out at 9? So wait, you had plans and then she made other plans that she didn't invite you to and decided to move your plans. I didn't think it was a big deal and said, oh, my beauty light, oh God, that was a close one. I didn't think it was a big deal and said sure. Then it gets pushed to 9:30, then 10, then 11. I know you know how I feel at this point. I added the screenshots so you can see the timeline, but I sat in my car outside the bar for an hour and a half and then went home. Oh no. I shouldn't have waited so long, but I've been having a really tough time and was so excited for this and spent ages getting ready. We've been friends for 10 years and she has never been this bad with timing. We also never really argued. I was frustrated because I wasted my Saturday night after declining invitations to see other people. I feel like she pushed me aside for her other friend, and I just drove home and cried. I feel so alone and unimportant. Oh, baby girl. No, this is really messed up. Like, I understand that she's never been late before, but like, she literally just like left you hanging, like didn't care about the fact that you were waiting for her. Like, I would be so mad. Like, would this be friendship ending? I don't know, but I would be really mad. It would depend on whether or not that friend like apologized or not. Like, if that friend refused to apologize and just like gaslit me after like I got mad at her for being 2 hours late, or like honestly it kind of sounded like she didn't even show up at all. You just went home, so she just ditched you. Yeah, it would really depend on how that friend would react. But like, let's see, let's read the text messages. It'll be like 9:45. Oh my God, sorry, can we do 10? Sure. You want to meet us here? I don't know what time we'll be done. We're getting one more drink.
Oh, wait.
Sure, where are you? Don't hate me. I feel like blank is venting. Can we meet at 11 p.m. for sure? And maybe it'll be a good time when there's more people. Girl, I'm already here. Oh my God, sorry. I was getting a tarot card reading. Okay, me and friend are going to debrief really quick. I'm gonna tell her we had plans and you'll be meeting us. I mean, you literally should have said that before. I'm at a speakeasy inside an Italian restaurant. It is called... Sorry, give me 20 minutes. Please don't hate me. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at time. Girl, it's fine, but I've been sitting in my car for an hour and it sucks. Are we meeting at 11? Yes. Do you want to come to this bar? Honestly, no. I thought we were going and I've been sitting here for an hour. I think I'm gonna go home. Sorry, don't hate me. I'll be there in 20. I'm driving home. Don't hate me. I'm sorry. I can come to your house if you want. For what? Are you mad? I know I fucked up. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm always pretty chill about being late and plan changes. But truthfully, I'm upset about tonight. I declined other plans just to sit in my car for over an hour after already waiting an hour because you pushed it back while you bailed on me for someone else. I had a really bad week and I needed my friend, but clearly I'm not a priority to you. You are a priority, and I know I've done this many times of overbooking plans. Okay, so this is not the first time. Because I think things will work out and then they don't, and they blow up in my face just like they did today. Knowing and thinking that hangouts with other friend are usually short because she calls the night short, I really thought that was going to be the case again. Like, are we not telling our friend? Like, I don't understand how you double book. Like, how do you double book this? Let's just bank on the fact that this hangout's only gonna be 20 minutes and like not tell her that I have other plans. No, absolutely not. Like, what the I'm sorry, you had plans already. And then when this other friend wanted to make plans with you, you should have said, hey, I already have plans. Maybe we can all do something together, but like, just so you know, like, I have plans. Like, maybe we could do it another day, or if you don't mind, maybe we can all hang out. Yeah, it's also the fact that like you weren't included in these other plans, despite the fact that she ditched you for those plans. You know, likey. And it wasn't. She had a lot on her mind, and I was trying to be a good friend. Then we got the tarot card read and got another drink, and it just took longer. And again, it just kind of blew up in my face. And I'm so sorry. I don't want you to think I'm not prioritizing you. I just need to be better and not making so many plans, thinking it's all going to work out. You know I cherish and love you so much. I have a lot of bad habits and issues I need to work on. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate her apologizing profusely, but like at the same time, it's like this seems to be like a repeat problem with her. So like you can accept the apology this time, but if she does it again, I would like not hang out with this person again. Like that it really genuinely is
I got
that
free
serious.
hearts.
You knew I was in the restaurant and sat there for an hour and a half, and you still never told your other friend that you had to go. That's a very good point. Obviously, spending time with her was more important, and you didn't even tell me. You just kept saying 20 minutes and then not showing up. So that doesn't really feel like being prioritized. You know what? When you put it like that, like you were absolutely like she knew that you were honestly, this reminds me of something. This has fully happened to me before, only I wasn't alone. I was with somebody else. And I wanted, like, the plans were that we were gonna meet up, and then my friend just literally let me wait there for like 2 hours, and so we just left. But the difference is that friend gaslit me when I like was kind of annoyed about being ditched, sort of, or like her not following through, and then she was like gaslighting me, and I didn't speak to her for like a really long time after that. I will say that I appreciate that this friend seems to be like really sorry, but I don't love the behavior in general. Like, you can be sorry, but like if someone keeps like doing this sort of thing and like, taking you seriously and not prioritizing you, I would distance myself for sure. I don't think you're overreacting at all. She wasn't 2 hours late. She never showed. She stood you up for another person. That's a very good point. She ditched you and knew that you were waiting for her the whole time. The text read she was prioritizing the other person's needs over you. You're valid to feel hurt by that. It's super inconsiderate as she knows you're waiting. I don't even understand how people are like okay with stuff like this. Like, if I know that someone is waiting for me, I can't even use the public bathroom and take a shit. If I know that there's a lineup of people outside waiting to use the bathroom and I need to take a shit, I will not take a shit. Like, I will stop myself from taking a shit. And I don't even know these people. Like, they're random people. I would literally never see them in my entire life again. But I cannot stand the idea of someone like needing to pee and like waiting for me to poo. No. And then, oh my God, and then they have to use the stall after me and it stinks. Oh my God, no! No! I can't. I literally don't understand how people can be this inconsiderate. Like, it bothers me. So you can set some clear expectations and leave it up to her to show up. Yeah, I would say that, like, boundaries, again, like, if take a little bit of time, but like, just next time you two make plans, just be like, honestly, like, if you're late again, I'm gonna be like kind of upset. So like, if you could just please like show up on time, I would appreciate it. If she does, great. If this continues, consider creating some distance so you're less likely to be hurt and disappointed. If someone told me they were gonna be late because they were getting a tarot card reading. I think it's a joke. Oh my god, so sorry, babe. I know you were waiting for an hour and a half. I was just like, I was getting a tarot card reading. Oh my god, that is super funny. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're overreacting at all. I would argue that you're kind of underreacting. But yeah, set some boundaries, and if she does it again, reconsidering this friendship. Am I the a-hole for ending a 35-year friendship because my friend is getting married before me?
Oraculums.
Say, I don't know how I feel about that title, girl, but I'll hear you out. This is from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. I, 50 female, am marrying my partner, 47 male, of over 10 years next year. We've been planning this wedding for about 2 years. Second marriage for my fiance. We'll be having a destination wedding to our favorite place, May 9th, and then a few months later, a reception at home. Our wedding is planned to be a very small affair with close friends and family. Someone I have known most of my life, I'll call her Becky, 51 female, asked to officiate our wedding, as this is something she does and loves doing. However, my friend asked if she could and obtained all the legal documents to do so. About a year and a half ago, I told Becky that my best friend would be doing the officiating. She proceeded to cry and tell me how hurt she is, how much flattered she invited, and said when she got married, she wanted me to officiate her wedding no matter what. So, feeling like an a-hole, I caved and invited her. I did not plan to, but I didn't want drama, unironically. The time between now and then, she has not RSVP'd and has not even opened an email invite, yet continues to make comments about the fact that they will be there. Fast forward to this fall, Becky gets engaged with her longtime partner of 4 years, Tommy. First marriage for Becky, second for Tommy. Becky has befriended a friend of mine, Sarah, 38 female. Becky informed Sarah of their wedding date, January 2026, at her favorite place, making it a destination wedding. And they will have a reception in town in April, a few months later, like me. She's also planning a bachelorette party the week after mine. She asked Sarah to specifically not tell me the dates, maybe just to keep the destination wedding secret, but she's not sure. Clearly, Sarah told me. During all of this, I still haven't received an RSVP for anything. Mutual friends, mind you, our mutual friends are friends I have introduced her to, are stating how with my bachelorette party, wedding, and reception, they've had 2 years to plan and save for the wedding parties and wedding presents. But now, this rushed wedding of Becky's feels financially straining. There's also questions about why everything is being rushed and has to be done before my wedding date. Ooh. I wouldn't be surprised if your friend Becky says that she can't come to your wedding now. I'm just saying. This is not the first time Becky has tried to invite my friends to her events around big events I've planned. I feel manipulated, for one. Everything she cried about in 2024 to get an invite has not happened, and it's been over a year. I feel my wedding ideas are being copied. I feel like she's competing with me for attention, the big moment, and the attention of our mutual friends. The ones I've talked to are telling me they feel the same, and Becky's not my friend. I feel, at 50, I shouldn't even have to have this conversation, and these actions are on purpose. I'm lost on why she's doing this. Because planning a destination wedding, I do not have the time to attend any of her events she's squeezing in, and it's rude to even ask. I'm thinking about writing a text message after her wedding, simply stating this is how I feel, and I'm choosing to end the friendship and revoking her invites. I do not want to do it now because I don't want to cause problems for Sarah telling me. Am I the a-hole if I do that? It is interesting that she's choosing to do everything related to the wedding before you. You have the same mutual friends. I mean, it happens, you know? Like, it happens. It's just like it being a destination wedding, like 2 friends in the same friend group, it's gonna be hard for people to go to both. Yeah, it's like, why the rush? You know what I mean? I like that you were gonna wait till after the wedding. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this is like, it's weird that these are, you know, you guys are 50, right? But this feels very odd and calculated. And I think that if you feel like something's going on, something probably is going on. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, I like that you want to wait till after her wedding to express your concerns. I think it's probably best if you do that, or just like don't say anything at all. I wouldn't be surprised if she like doesn't even show up to your wedding. I don't even think it's necessary to like have the conversation. I think that she's so focused on herself that you won't even need to talk to her about it. I don't think you are the a-hole, but you both seem to be obsessing over each other. Oh, hot take. Text her now, end the friendship, revoke the invite, and be done. This seems a weird 2-way street of fixation. I mean, yeah, you've got a point. Maybe it could could be true. I don't know. This could be something petty or whatever. You don't know why she's having the wedding before you. But it doesn't really sound like this is that great of a friendship anyway. Like, if you're feeling this type of way about her, sounds like it's probably best if you just end the friendship or just like stop talking to her, whatever. So, are you the a-hole for ending a 35-year friendship because my friend is getting married before me? I mean, no. It sounds a little toxic though. So, it's probably for the best you end it.
Subscribe. Okay, I think that was the last Charlotte. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, I watched those. Some shit about Jay-Z.
I have a serious question. Yes, it is a serious question. Is Jeffrey Epstein still alive? Now, this theory has been back quite some time. Pretty much to like the first moment they announced that he had been found supposedly unalive in his cell, and then it really ramped up when they said that he had done it to himself. You know, a lot of people have always thought, no, he didn't unalive himself, and he's maybe not even unalive. So, recently, some more Epstein files, a little round of them has dropped. And, there's some new evidence to piece through to answer the question, you know. Okay, first of all, let's look at this right here from the Epstein files. Now, this is actually a internal report from the Federal Bureau of Investigation itself. This is not, we're going to look at the next video into some allegations made by accusers, anonymous accusers. No. This is an internal report from the FBI. Look at the top of the document. It says Federal Bureau of Investigation, and this is their report. Okay. There are various versions of this document where they do unredact some of the names. I don't know, we may be able to find some of those here, but this one's like heavily redacted. It was like the first round. But it's a report, like I said, about from the feds of what they investigated at the scene. Of course, obviously, if a high profile or any inmate in the custody of the Bureau of Prisons has somebody die, something went wrong. So, of course, they had to start looking into it and see what it was that went wrong. So, authorities started talking to everyone who they could, or a lot of people who they could. And this is some of the information we got on this 6-page report. I'm just going to start on this paragraph right here. And all these redacted things are people's names. Personnel came from the office of Chief Medical Examiner. Okay, the medical examiner is somebody who is at the coroner's office. You know, those are the people that do the autopsies and the things like that. You gotta get the body over there. Well, Epstein, of course, was originally found in his cell in the jail, but then they put him, I guess, in an ambulance or whatever, and took him to the hospital. At the hospital, he was eventually supposedly declared dead, and then they would transfer his body to the office of the medical examiner. So the medical examiner personnel do show up to the hospital to transport Jeffrey Epstein to their facility. It says, due to the large news and media presence outside the MCC, a male Office of the Medical Examiner official called. And he said because there's media outside, he was going to be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle in order to create a diversion to trick the media. It says in order to thwart the media, Officer A, B, and C used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was they made a body double of Jeffrey Epstein out of sheets in the prison, and they admitted it to thwart the media. They put the sheets together to look like a body. It's like playing hooky. Like when you, I never did this, but you see the movies and stuff and sneaking out the house and you put pillows to make it look like you're in your bed sleeping. They did that to thwart the media. They are literally always playing in our face. They are playing in our face for real and admitting it. No wonder they want to release these and other reasons. Used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was put into the white OCME vehicle, which was followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body. Okay, first of all, they're also wrong. Like, here's a picture right here of a body getting loaded into a black vehicle. So obviously the media did see some of it, but anyway, like I said, this is Epstein even actually unalive? Did they lie to us? Did the government lie to us, we the people, about the circumstances of his death? Is he dead? Did he die by unalive? Was he unalive by somebody else? I mean, these are questions, and for years it has been a reason that a lot of people have been abused. People have been ostracized from their family. People have been put on schizophrenia medication for saying the man ain't dead. And come to find out, they did, at least, at the very least, lie. They tried to trick, and they admitted to they tried to trick the media. And when you think about what is the media? Who is the media broadcasting things to? Us. The public. They were trying to trick us. It's like, if you were trying to trick and divert the media, you didn't want them taking pictures. Why? You were doing everything right and it was above board. It's like, it does start to call into question what else they might have. Oh, well, to thwart the media, like they're just saying it like it's something so acceptable. So I think, people could be forgiven for having a conspiracy theory at this point, because it's kind of like now come out in the files that, yeah, they do send a whole ass fake white van decoy diversion and make a body double out of sheets from the inside of the jail. This what? Okay, hold on. That's what? And on top of that, another reason some people are saying lately that they think Jeffrey Epstein might still be alive is because of his Fortnite account. So I'll put a couple clips in here. I'll let Asmongold, he always does explain it better than me, but...
Hello, Littlest Jeff 1. Wait, Littlest Jeff 1. There was a charge in May 2019, but he died in August. Wait, Chapter 5, Season 1. Wait, that was recent. Epstein's Fortnite account is active in Israel? No. Fortnite tracker. We have, all right, gentlemen, we have the Fortnite account right now. Let's pull it up. The profile has just been made private.
Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein had an account on YouTube called Little Saint Jeff 1. There's also some proof within the Epstein files that he had purchased Fortnite bucks. For lack of I don't know what they're called. Fortnite, he had somehow used this Little Saint Jeff account in connection with purchases on Fortnite.
Okay, so this is why people think that it's Jeffrey Epstein. He got a charge for $25 for V-Bucks on Fortnite. And this was on May 7th, 2019. And this is, again, keep in mind, justice.gov. This is the government website for Jeffrey Epstein right here. And this is Littlest Jeff with jeevacation@gmail.com. It could be a troll, but how could it be a troll if they did it so far in advance? The account isn't brand new. It was discovered. My guy faked his death and immediately started playing Fortnite. Fortnite Chapter 1, Season 10 ran from August 1st to October 2019. Crazy. Get the screenshot of him playing Season 6 before it's too late.
Probably. I mean, this is in the files. And, okay, fine, no harm, no foul. So what? He played Fortnite. Well, guess what? One of the achievements on this Little Saint Jeff Fortnite account was a Battle Royale campaign from, I don't know, some Battle Royale number, whatever. People reverse engineered that and realized that game came out after Epstein supposedly died. So why is Jeffrey Epstein's account, it's a ghost? He's the ghost in the machine now playing games on Fortnite? Or maybe he's just logged into his Fortnite account.
Wait, this is Season 4, and he had an 8% win rate? Look at Chapter 3, Season 17. 17% win rate? He has kids playing for him? He's in Tel Aviv playing Fortnite. This could be... Wait, this is his WoW account? Wait a minute.
Context.
This is the Department of Justice. Jeffrey Epstein played WoW. And he was a rat baby. This was right before Cataclysm.
Oh, shit.
He was Horde? I knew it, guys. I knew it all along.
I was Horde. Ah! Right as I find the Oraculum.
I think the YouTube channel
Level
got
40.
taken down as well. So is that proof that Jeffrey Epstein is alive? No, of course not. But it doesn't, again, I'm kind of like conspiracy theorist 1 point on that one. But maybe, who knows? Maybe not. Then there's these videos that have been going around purporting to show Jeffrey Epstein walking around like a free man in Tel Aviv. And ooh, the internet was riled up over this. Oh my God, they were riled up. Well, have no fear. Thank God. The BBC France edition did a whole episode of fact or fiction on it, and they thoroughly debunked that was Jeffrey Epstein.
Circulating ever since he was found dead in his cell in August of 2019. But this weekend, new fake photos went viral, adding fuel to the fire with these conspiracy theories that he's very much alive and spotted on the streets of Israel. Now, these are the images that circulated. Users online claimed that Israel faked his death and that Epstein was seen walking the streets of Tel Aviv in Israel. It shows a man with white hair, flanked by 2 bodyguards, a much shaggier version of a man who does resemble Jeffrey Epstein, we could say. today. Now, this wasn't the only one. There was another image that went viral online as well. This one here, again, showing the man, showing Jeffrey Epstein with a much longer white beard. Again, people claiming that he is very much seen alive in Israel. But what I can tell you is that these images are not real, and they are very much generated by artificial intelligence, which is just adding fuel to the fire with these conspiracy theories.
Basically, they said these are AI images. Now, here's the situation. They might be. And that brings me to something kind of alarming. It's like now we have all these videos surfacing. Some in the files, some from elsewhere. This one right here of
autumn and winter,
Jeffrey Epstein having a disease that you get, prion disease you get from eating somebody's brain or something. I don't know if that's true. But look, I mean, this is so grotesque. He's getting that copper chico mouth. There's this one right here. Apparently he's this is the one where he's chasing what sounds like twins around his kitchen. And he, but it's like, you know, what's real and what's not real anymore. It's poetic injustice that right as we're starting to get any transparency into this island and this situation and things are starting to come out and names are starting to be named is right at the exact same precipice of the AI revolution where none of us know if what we're looking at is real or not. They can AI clone you, your kid, make them go to, Zoom call. There was somebody that got millions of dollars stolen. He had to get on Zoom and do a confirmation on Zoom, and they used an AI replica of him, and it tricked the bank. So it's like, we don't know what's real, what's not real anymore. And come to find out, one of the nefarious, seedy, and shady things that he was investing his dirty and despicable money in was exactly this. The revolution of artificial intelligence, becoming one with the singularity, and all becoming one big machine, but also making it really difficult to prove any alleged crimes of having him on his parts. These are horrifying implications for the future, but my papa used to say, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Maybe don't believe none of what you see these days if it's coming from the screen or the sky. Love you, me. Okay, bye.
Ooh. Pause. Okay.
In 10 seconds or less.
I have a serious question. Yes, it is.
Okay, we watched that. We did.
I have a serious question.
DJ, shut up. I give you a thumbs up.
Hello everybody, how are you doing on this fine Wednesday? So we do have some updates on the Michael Jordan situation. Now,
What happened to Michael
my
Jordan
feelings
now?
and my opinion on this situation very, very clear. I'm not alleging that Michael Jordan committed a crime, but I'm also not saying he didn't, because if I saw someone do that, I would call the police. So that's pretty much my position on it. Now,
the butt thing.
PR, Michael Jordan has not had to come out and make a statement himself because the PR machine has been doing an excellent job for him. And so in these modern times where you can, or where anyone can pay for bots and pay for a social media company to defend them, a lot of celebrities do that. Now, I'm not saying that is for certain what is going on in the Michael Jordan situation. I'm not saying he went and hired a PR firm, but I would actually be very surprised to find out he didn't. I mean, this is one of the biggest, if not certainly the biggest that I know about scandal that this man has faced. And I hesitate to even call it a scandal, but it is, in the celebrity world of things. Now, like many of you, any allegations or any accusations of wrongdoing against Michael Jordan have completely gone by the wayside. To me, I haven't been checking for him, and nothing has really come across my desk for him. Now, in the recent days since that horrifying and triggering and traumatizing event to me, triggering and traumatizing to me to watch that happen. In the days since that, there have been some mega PR pushes, and there's been a lot of people who have come out and who have given their opinions. They have defended it, some people, and I do believe some of those are bots. A lot of those accounts that I've seen defending it are not from the United States. Which doesn't mean it's necessarily a bot, but a lot of times whenever it's like a bunch of accounts from South Asia, Nigeria, Ghana, Canada, it kind of looks like that. But even if these people are well-meaning, just like we live in modern times with PR, we live in modern times where we don't actually have to listen to anybody else's opinion on the situation when there's a video sitting right in front of us. Now, in this particular situation, it's not like a police altercation, you know, or, you know, like the Kyle Rittenhouse story where it was very, very important what happened right before the clip. No, it doesn't matter at all. I discussed this already. There was a massive, major, and I believe, in my opinion,
Jesus
perverted
Christ.
PR campaign being run by
Turned
men
my
who the
screen
public
off.
does trust. I'm talking Stephen A. Smith. I'm talking Big Bubba Love Sponge or whatever. These men defending it by saying, well, you guys are the perverts by finding something wrong with it because really he was helping the kid get ice out of his pants, out of his shirt. The kid had ice in his shirt, so he was helping him get ice out of his shirt.
He was
First of
repeatedly
all,
groping a kid.
how
I
does
saw
ice
that.
in somebody's shirt need to be addressed by a grown man grabbing their buttocks? Okay, that's the first issue that I'm having. Second issue is, what was the tickle in the back of the knees? Tickle, hee hee ticky hee. How is that helping with ice in the shirt? If anything, that's aggravating the kid even more. Okay, that's so even with the attempt to mitigate this horrible, I think possibly, again, illegal. That's my opinion. I think it's criminal. And I think a lot of y'all did think that. But in an attempt to mitigate this horrible behavior, these men have come out and said, you know, this is normal, this is okay. He was helping the kid get ice out of his shirt. No, he was not. There was no ice. And even if the kid had ice, let's say there was ice. Even if the kid had ice in his shirt, I don't understand how multiple times pinch grabbing over and over and tickling knees is helping with the ice. Okay, that's not helping with the ice. But even if he did have ice in his shirt, did he ask Michael Jordan for help? No, he was celebrating his father's win at the Daytona 500. And the reason I made the video that I did make already was to put my opinion out there because I already saw the PR spin. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, might think that sounds conspiratorial. It doesn't matter to me what it sounds like to you. But, like, let's just say that it's not a PR spin. Let's just say that it's well-meaning people who really do think it's normal behavior to grab the private parts of a child to help them with ice or to celebrate or to scratch their back because of champagne. None of that is normal, okay? None of that is acceptable. And it doesn't, here's the thing I want to just reiterate to y'all. It doesn't matter if other people agree with you. It's not like we're out here saying, oh, like Michael Jordan should be put in a prison cell, although I kind of think he should. Like, this is where I am going to stand on this issue.
Turnips.
I will not be
persuaded.
I cannot be persuaded on this issue.
I have the big turnips.
My upbringing
and the big daikons.
My family values. It is because of my moral compass that I was taught by my family. And I agree with my family and my ethical values that there is no reason at all whatsoever unless that child is about to literally step off the ledge and perish. Unless something so severely life or death is going on. And I already told y'all, my daddy would have told somebody, I don't care, let her die. Because if you have to pinch grab the ass like that and scratch tickle the back of her bare knees, no, you know, Now, y'all might think that's a bit extreme. I think it's extreme that this is a debate. We just saw these Epstein files come out. And again, I'm trying to be very careful because, see, this is the world we live in, where we can't just say you can't grab a child's private part without having severe repercussions ourselves. Everybody I know of who made a video which showed that had some negative consequence for it. Whether it be the video got demonetized, age restricted, removed from YouTube. Some people had their whole videos removed from YouTube. So that's another issue right there. If it's just a simple celebration, why are the social media platforms taking the video down? Saying it violates advertiser guidelines. I thought it was just a tickly celebration, helping ice, scratching back. I thought it was just a tickly, ha ha, hee hee, kiki, regular uncle behavior. It's not. But the people that literally grab ass, their employees, children's private parts, that is what is going on in that video. I saw it with my own eyes. We're the ones who have to take the hit. We're the ones who have to suffer consequences and repercussions. But the truth of the matter is, we still have to hold the line. Because what's going on right now is it's up for debate whether or not it is acceptable to pinch, grab a child's buttocks for any reason at all whatsoever as a non-family member. Now add on top of that Michael Jordan is the owner of the race car. This man just won the Daytona 500. The owner of the car he won in, one of the owners is Michael Jordan. So there's all kind of conflicts of interest. I'm not surprised this man has now come out. I predicted it. I predicted that the child's father would come out and defend Michael Jordan. I predicted that. But I will remind you, it was Amanda Bynes' parents that put her in a conservatorship. It was Brittany's parents that put her in a conservatorship. It was Bam's parents that worked with the people who, and I quote, held him against his will. Okay, so just because a parent don't have the best interest of a child in mind and would rather worry about whatever other situations he's worrying about, maybe he wants a new truck, maybe he wants a new house, I don't know. Maybe he really don't think anything's wrong with it. I mean, we did read how people do target individuals. A lot of times it's, if the dad will beat your ass for touching their kid, the perverts won't mess with the kid. And again, I gotta be careful. I'm not saying Michael Jordan committed any crimes. But what I'm not prepared to do is pretend like I didn't see what I saw with my own eyes. I am not prepared to pretend. That freaking bug has been terrorizing me. I am not prepared to pretend like I didn't see what I saw. And I can guarantee you that if I see anybody doing that to any child around me, whether they're related to me or not, I will be calling the police and I will be saying, I just saw a grown 6'10" individual pinch grabbing the private parts of a little boy out here at this place, and I would like to file a police report. That's what I'll be doing, and that's what you can do too. Your morals, your values don't have to be up for negotiation. And I would like to ask you, if you were standing there with ice in your shirt and somebody, excuse me, 10 times bigger than you came up behind you and aggressively, consistently, continuously, repetitively pinch grabbed you on your ass, and then did a tickle on the backs of your knees, how you would interpret that. Because from where I'm sitting, it's battery.
Autumn, winter, summer.
Not just assault. Battery. Now we had a grown man doing it onto a child. To me, the reason I want to make this video is because I felt myself getting worked up. Like, why can't these people see what's going on? But then I reminded myself that what those people see is none of my damn business. But what I see is also not any of theirs. And there have been some perverts and some bots and some questionable individuals and perhaps some well-meaning individuals on Twitter and Instagram trying very hard to convince me that what I saw with my own eyes isn't what I saw with my own eyes. And I just want to remind y'all, your morals don't have to be up for negotiation. Not with a pervert, not with a pedophile, not with an athlete, not with a stan, not with an ass kisser, not with a brown noser. Your morals and what's right for you and yours don't have to be up for negotiation. Just like it wasn't up for negotiation in my family. I've told y'all a story before. Somebody in my family brought to our annual family reunion out on a lake their friend. And this was somebody, I guess, and I don't remember now. I was a kid. I was like maybe 7, maybe 10. I don't know, something like that. And one of my uncles, one of my cousins, whatever, brought their like older friend to our family reunion. And my little sister, I don't know how old she was. She could have been as young as maybe 4. She could have been up to 7 years old. It was, you know, something in that age range. This guy that was not a part of our family, but that had been brought to our swimming suit family reunion where we were doing water sports at the lake. Now, I already told you, my dad had a cover-up rule. Once you're off the dock, you got to put the cover-up on. We didn't get a bathing suit without an accompanying cover-up. And if you came off the dock without the cover-up on or got out of the pool and were wandering around, then we going home. That was the rules. At the time, it seemed so strict. Today,
I want to go get a melon.
I'm so grateful. My parents were protecting me. My parents were protecting me. And today, I will be protecting anything and any child that I have the ability to protect. Now, Tyler Reddick's child who got grabbed on the ass by a legendary NBA player is not within my jurisdiction.
Oh shit, I replanted my melon.
That child's not within my jurisdiction.
Fuck.
That child's not within your jurisdiction. And I know it's really difficult to deal with the emotions that come along with knowing that something very serious is being dismissed. But you do not have to let it slip. You do not have to let your morals slide. They do not have to be up for negotiation just because somebody else lets their kid get grabbed that way. The story I was telling you, my little sister, she was down at the end of the dock. I wasn't down at the
stop
dock,
it, you
I was on dry
dummy.
land. The pervert that my family member had brought to our family reunion was also down at the end of the dock. My dad wasn't at the end of the dock, but he saw this weirdo put his hands on my little sister's shoulders, and I think inside her bathing suit, like right on to start to see what he could get away with. I don't even think it was possible to see my dad going down that dock because he was moving so fast. Work boots and all, steel toes and all. They still talk to them. My dad's been dead 8 years. They still to this day talk about the time my dad hung that freaking guy over the side of the dock by his shirt. Hung him over the side. Lifted him up. It was like one of those adrenaline moments where a mom can lift a car up. My dad picked this man. His feet were off the ground. You know what he was saying? Oh, I didn't mean, I was just hugging. I was just hugging. It wasn't up for discussion, buddy. He said if you even look at one of my kids again, that's gonna be your ass, and I'm not scared to go to prison. There's gonna be kids in your jurisdiction. There's gonna be kids in your life that you actually have some control over the outcome. That you have control over what goes on. And just because there are lunatics and perverts and disgusting individuals who want to normalize it, they want it so bad. Oh God, do they want us to start thinking this stuff is okay? Oh my God, do they want us to see a video of a big ass man grabbing a little kid's butt and say he's just playing? They've already gotten to some of y'all. I can't be convinced. I won't be convinced. Nobody's daddy, nobody's mommy, no rich person, no legend icon, nobody's track record is going to make me ignore what I see with my own eyes. I don't care if there was ice. I don't give a shit if there was lava. Pinch grabbing near the anus of a child is off limits. Now, what I just did was just describe what was in that video accurately. Pinch grabbing near the anus of a child. I just said that, and I didn't censor myself because I want to prove a point. This video is going to be demonetized, and that's just fine. Because I personally think it's good that YouTube has a problem with that video. Because I have a problem with it too. Everybody's innocent under the law until proven guilty. But that doesn't mean I can't have a very big problem with what I saw. WAP the music video is legal. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's deplorable, and I think it's disgusting. I think it sets us back as a society. And if y'all want to live in a world, I know you don't, this is rhetorical. If y'all want to live in a world where grown, powerful, rich men, bosses, people's bosses can pinch, grab the butt of a little kid and tickle, 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 tickle on the backs of their bare knees, y'all can be my guest and live in that world. But for me and mine, anybody around me, niece, nephew, cousin, if I'm doing, you know, whatever, being volunteering on somebody's field, no. I'm sounding the alarm, and you can too. They want us to be okay with this so bad. Oh my God, do they want us to be okay with this? But guess what? All you have to do is say, my opinion on the matter isn't up for negotiation. I saw what I saw with my own eyes. I zoomed in, I didn't see no ice, and even if I did see ice, you
Did I already go here?
He could reach his own ass.
Oh, I didn't come up here
It's
yet.
gonna be a lot of times you're gonna care more about somebody's kid than them. That's a harsh reality of living in this upside down open air hell prison. But we have to hold the line, not just for us. We gonna be dead and gone one day, and all them kids, the nieces and the nephews, are gonna be left behind. And the one thing that I hope
I want to buy
that
a
I
melon.
can leave as a legacy is I saw what I saw, and I know what's wrong when I see it. My opinions aren't up for negotiation. We not patty caking around with, oh, I was just kidding. I still see it in my mind, my dad holding that man up. His feet were off the ground. His feet were off the ground. Now, I don't advocate violence, but that is the level. That is the level of no, we are not playing that game. No. We're not playing that game. If Tyler Reddick wants to let grown men grab his kid's ass, that's up to him. Your morals don't have to be up for negotiation. You don't have to let your boss pinch grab your kid's butt. I don't know who needed to hear that, but put a 1 in the chat if you just really needed to hear that. Let me know in the comments if you just really needed to hear that, because I felt so strongly compelled to make this video. I saw what the hell I saw with my own eyes. The shit is getting demonetized. It's getting age restricted on the social media apps. If the social media apps can see something is wrong with it, I think that we should be able to say something is wrong with it.
I'm gonna go make fruitcake.
Now, we've gotten to a point where we have to tippy-toe around. We have to tippy-toe around predators and perverts. We have to say, I'm not saying he committed a crime. It is true. Because I can't determine if he committed a crime. It has to go to a jury. It has to go to a judge. He is innocent until proven guilty. But what I'm not finna about to do,
there's fucking melon right there,
is play patty cake with defenders of this unacceptable and indefensible behavior. It's just unacceptable, and it is indefensible. I mean, I've heard even lately rhetoric of people saying the United States is too sensitive because we treat children like this. And in other countries, and they're 16, they're 14, they can this, that, and the other. Okay, well, go live over there because we live in the United States. See that flag right there? Them colors don't run. Unless it's to go hang a PDF, a predator,
fruitcake
off the edge of a dock.
Okay, you're killing my buzz. You're killing my buzz, BJ.
In 10 seconds.
Hang on. We're going to go watch some more Am I the Assholes? Because, girl, that was not on my bingo card today. Let's back that truck up. Beep, beep, beep. What was I doing? Am I the asshole?
Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for getting more expensive gifts for my friend than I do for my girlfriend?
I was way down the list on this one.
Welcome back to another installment of Am I the a-hole, where we discuss I fell in love with my married neighbor, and then I babysat his kids. Now I'm questioning my feelings. This story was originally posted in True Off My Chest. Okay, so first of all, I'm new to Reddit. So sorry if there's any mistakes or something. I would safe to say that there would be some mistakes, but it's not your writing, babes. Sorry. I obviously can't talk about this with any of my friends or my mom, but then I saw a Reddit post on TikTok, and I thought this would be a good place to talk about this. Finally, I know you're all gonna judge me, but at least try to understand my side. Thanks. Okay, I always do try to understand. I can still say you made a mistake, though.
I made a mistake.
So, I'm a 34-year-old woman, and 7 months ago, I had a messy breakup with my long-term boyfriend. So I moved in with my best friend and her husband in a house we are all renting together. Oh God, okay, it's not the best friend's husband, thank God. I'm sorry. Girl, you just about gave me a heart attack.
Oop, wrong place.
It was then that I met my neighbor, who I will call Kay. He helped us move our stuff into the house, and I was instantly smitten. We live in the suburbs of a major city, so we both end up taking the train into work at the same time each day. I knew Kay had a wife and kids very early on. He talked about them often, and pictures of them on his lock screen, social media, etc. However, initially, it all started out as a very innocent, silly crush. He is handsome and funny and sweet. The first time we rode the train, he asked me about my job and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying, which is something my ex never did and is something we fought over a lot. I mean, being a nice guy doesn't imply that he likes you. Isn't that sad? Isn't it sad that it's come to that? And it's not just like men or it happens across the board. We are so starved for someone being nice to us and actually listening to us that we mistake it for them having feelings. I actually dealt with this a lot. I like to think I'm a pretty chatty person. I like to have, you know, platonic chats with people, whatever. But even just having like a platonic chat with a dude, oftentimes it would result in them kind of thinking that I liked them, or maybe their wives or girlfriends thinking that I liked them, when it's literally just talking. We're out at a bar, we happen to be standing next to each other. It's odd and it's sad. It's sad. He's always doing things for his kids, like bringing home treats and stuff for them, and staying on the phone with his older daughter the entire ride to work because she needed a pep talk before a school presentation. It was just so easy to imagine how lovely and attentive Kay would be with me, because he's like that with everyone else. This is the thing.
So you're not special, bitch.
This plays into the whole, like, does he really like me, or is he just like that with everyone else? He's just that kind of person, babes. And he's not the only one like that. There's plenty of people out there who are not married that would be like that with you.
Plenty of other fish in the sea.
It's good that you now know that it's possible for someone you like to be that way, because it sets the standard for someone that, you know, is actually available. It doesn't mean that this is a good enough reason to fall in love with somebody. Kay has never said or done anything to imply he has feelings for me yet, but we are genuinely friends by now because we talk on the train, which is about a 20-minute ride almost every weekday. I have never had trouble getting the attention of men. And with this basis we have already, I know that we could easily become something more.
Wait, am I delusional?
I'm sorry, that's not good enough. I learned shortly after I developed feelings for him that his wife is someone I went to school with, and I was surprised because they are polar opposites. He's funny, she's dry. He's exciting, she's cautious. He's a little dumb, she's very smart intellectually. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you would make a better partner. You're also looking at it through a different lens where you're comparing each other.
And you cannot compare.
You don't know her on the level that he knows her. Looks-wise, this feels mean, but yikes. Oh no. I just don't think their personalities fit very well together at all, and I can easily see Kay getting stuck in a relationship because he's just so nice. Or, you know, maybe she's just a really good person.
I never thought of it that way before.
And he wanted to spend his life with someone like that. And because he's so nice, I doubt that he would ever do this to his wife and kids. The issue is that yesterday evening, Kay knocked on my door and asked if I could watch his kids for a bit. This was, of course, no trouble, and I said yes right away. He told me that his wife had gotten into a car accident while away on a business trip, and because she's pregnant, he was super worried and had booked the next flight out to go see her. They don't have any family in the state currently, so he asked me to keep an eye on them for a few hours while a family friend drove several hours to watch them at night. I think it's very interesting that he is reminding you constantly about his wife, talking about his kids in front of you, talking to his kids in front of you. He's constantly reminding you that he's taken. Did this get deleted? Ooh, it got deleted! It got deleted! Oh my goodness, I feel like this is the only place where it's actually live. Now, here's the issue. The kids were an absolute nightmare. There were 3 girls, and the oldest was your typical bratty preteen times 1,000. She was rude and didn't respect my authority at all, arguing with me about everything, from dinner to who had to clean up to what movie she was allowed to watch. I even heard her call me a B word under her breath a couple of times. You raggedy. The middle was rowdy and constantly wanted to play loud, messy games even when I told her no. The youngest was mostly sweet and quiet on her own.
Salmon.
She joined in with whatever
Good,
drama
I
the
needed
middle
salmon.
wanted to create. It culminated in me agreeing to play hide and seek with the younger 2 and ended up getting locked out of the house. Oh my.
Stupid
I
ass.
wonder if they kind of know about you. I wonder if they know how you feel about their dad. I don't know. It would be interesting if they picked up on that and are now treating you as such. When I went back and tried to convince the oldest to let me in through the back screen door, she pretended she couldn't hear me and put her headphones in. Thankfully, the family friend arrived a few minutes later and let me in, and then I went home. This makes me sad because before I would often dream about being a stepmom to Kay's kids one day because of how highly he would talk about them. Now I want nothing to do with them, but at the same time, this is further proof that Kay and his wife are not happy because children from a happy home do not behave like this. Oh, girl. I mean, it's interesting that this took the rose-colored glasses off. Because you can bet your bottom dollar that if let's say hypothetically, if you and this guy started dating and he divorced his wife, this is a glimpse in how they would treat you as a stepmom. Let's say they don't know a thing about you and they don't know how you feel. If this is how they behave when they don't know a thing, imagine how they'll behave if they, in their heads, think that you stole their dad from their mom.
You're in big trouble, mister.
I'm actually very glad that this happened. I feel like this is a sign because, like, I think before this, you had a different perception of what it would be like to be a stepmom. This is a blessing. Trust me. I just want to have a relationship with Kay, but I don't know if it's possible because his kids and I would not get along. And this is even before a potential divorce where their mother could easily get them to hate me. I love the fact that you're imagining this. The Delulu is strong with this one. I really love Kay, and I know we could have a beautiful relationship if I pursued this, but this has really shaken me. I just wish I had someone to talk to about this, but everyone in my life would judge me. Oh dear. I don't know, man. I think that this was a reality check. I think we can mistake infatuation for love based on the fact that you don't really know that guy, okay?
Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Apart from the 20 minutes per day that you spend on the train with him, you don't really know him that well. You're putting him on a pedestal in your head and you're falling in love with the idea and possibly the fact that he's untouched, like, you know, you can't have him. But I don't think that the reality of this situation is what you want. Notable comment exchange. Honestly, it doesn't sound like you love him. You romanticize him and have this fantasy life in your head. In your head, you act like he would drop his wife and run away with you. You justify this belief by saying his children are wild, so it must be an unhappy home. They're just kids. They're teenage girls, like, they're prepubescent girls. They're monsters. Like, I was a monster. I know for a fact, firsthand. I'm still a monster. Meanwhile, you completely ignore the fact that his wife is pregnant and he dropped everything to go to her. Yeah, this is so true. Like, he has a pregnant wife. He's giving you every inclination. He's telling you that he loves his wife. You say the kids do not respect your authority. It sounds like they barely know you and suddenly you're in charge. You're not their mother and will never be their mother. And even if she was, you know, their stepmother, they still won't accept her authority because they would rather their mother be with their dad.
No one would make that connection.
You think you will have a beautiful relationship with Kay if you pursued him? No, you wouldn't. He has a family that he clearly loves. Just because he's nice to you, that doesn't mean he wants you. I encourage you to discuss things with a professional because this is not healthy. OP responds. How do you know whether or not I love him? Are you inside my head? You can love someone before being in a relationship with them. I mean, you can be infatuated with someone. I firmly believe that you can't truly say that you love someone unless you've seen all the bad things, you've had fights, you live with them. Love is about not only loving the good things, but also the downfalls of another person. And willing to look past those things and loving them regardless, and maybe even seeing the beauty in those things.
I don't want another mom.
Love is not, you know, having like a high school crush on your teacher or your married neighbor. And just like I don't know for sure that he loves me, you don't know that he doesn't. You never know until you cross that bridge. But in order to cross that bridge, you have to, you have to
destroy a family.
Don't cross the bridge. That is one bridge that you do not want to cross. I know he wouldn't just drop everything and run away with me. There would be months and even years of divorce court, custody arrangements, etc. if he decided to leave his wife. And before the comments come, yes, I know there's no guarantee that he would do that, but Kay is a good, honest man, which is exactly why he won't cheat on his wife. And if anything were to happen between us, he would absolutely leave his wife. No, because it wouldn't be fair to either of us. And he told me he believes very strongly in fairness. Oh, girl, you're the exact type of woman that makes me afraid. Afraid. It's this kind of delusion that, like, scares me. Because a good, honest man that is just straight up nice can still be chased by someone who doesn't care that his wife is pregnant, doesn't care that he has kids, doesn't care he's in a happy marriage, will still try something. And even you trying something with him, if that ever gets back to his wife, you're gonna cause problems for them. All based on what? That he's a nice guy to you? I do empathize with you, I do, because it's like, how bad must the situation you're in be for you to mistake kindness with him being interested? That's not good. That's sad. And I get where you're coming from. I do. I've been in situations where you're just starved for some form of kindness from someone that you like because everybody else is horrible to you.
There's nothing about this whole scenario that doesn't make me so disgusted I want to violently vomit out my own internal organs.
But this is not the way to go. That's why I'm asking. I know this could be a messy situation if anything happened. I just want to know if his kids being difficult will make things worse if it does happen. I want to know if the potential pros outweigh the potential cons. It doesn't really sound like you feel bad about how you feel at all. It kind of just seems like you're worried about how this will affect you and not like his wife and children. I imagine this lady went in there acting like she was going to be their new stepmom and probably creeped the kids out. Not even just that, like their mom just got in a car accident. They could have been acting out because of that as well. But yes, I would agree that like, or they've seen you around their dad and they felt weird about it. Like kids are smart, like they can pick up on the vibes. They know. I don't know what I just read, but this man's wife just got into a car accident and you're fantasizing about their divorce? Literally, she does not care if this woman lives or dies. And a relationship with him and being his kid's stepmom. Honestly, are you okay? Just because he asked you about your work does not mean he likes you. Get a grip. Not just about his wife, his pregnant wife. Yes. Ew, it's people like you that back in the day we call homewreckers. Stay away from that man. It is women like the one who made this post that just like, it makes you very, very terrified of like what could potentially happen. Like as much as you trust your spouse, it makes you wonder. Like it lets you see into the mind of someone who would do something like this. And it just goes to show this woman does not care about the repercussions of her actions. She's boy crazy. She's literally boy crazy. She does not care if the wife lives or dies, the fact that she's pregnant, the fact that she's in a car accident. All she cares about is the validation of some man that was nice to her.
You serious?
Cray. Oh, that was a good one. Oh my goodness. I don't know how we're gonna top that ever, honestly. But you are the a-hole. I know you didn't ask, but you are. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Kay saw the post. The married man saw the post. Oh my God. Okay. Image transcript of screenshot. Okay, so this was deleted. All right, so I'm gonna share what this said.
My wife and the girls are okay. Thank you for watching the girls.
OP.
Of course. Anytime. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
Kay says thumbs up emoji. Kay sends the post, the link.
I can't look.
Is this you? Because if it is, we need to talk. I promise you, I have absolutely no interest in leaving my family for you. I'm sorry if I ever gave you the wrong idea, but I don't see you as anything more than a neighbor. I don't think we should be friends anymore.
OP says,
Wait, can I call you?
how are you not embarrassed? Oh my goodness. Ooh, that was a spicy one. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. This, honestly, this is one of
I
the
need to get a tuna.
best outcomes. This is way better than anything I could have imagined. Oh my god. First comment. This is the
Sardine. Oh,
best
the garlic.
Reddit update I have ever read. It is. Oh my gosh. All right, now we're gonna hear from someone else. Post was also deleted. You know there's tea when the post was deleted. How can I manage the resentment my girlfriend, 25 female, and I, 42 male, have for each other? I know I'm gonna get a lot of crap for the absurd age gap. I did look at that age gap and I was like, Like, it's not horrible, but it's also like, side eye. And the way we started. And I agree, I deserve it, but I would really like some genuine advice past going to counseling. She won't agree and I can't afford it.
Help me, I'm poor.
Tangible things I can work on and introduce to help us get past this, either as a couple or as effective co-parents. Long story short, my ex-wife and I were together since middle school. We have 4 daughters in their teens. I was a stay-at-home dad and a part-time worker for most of my life until my youngest was in middle school. My ex agreed to invest in a passion project business of mine. I hired a receptionist. Don't say it. We started an affair and she baby trapped me. Now we're living together and have a young son. So let me guess, your wife funded your dream and you repaid her by paying your receptionist? She resents me because she feels she was fooled. She saw me as a business owner who had a nice car, nice clothes, took her to nice places, etc. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, thank god. This is tea. This is some tea right here. Let me guess. Now that she knows it's your wife, your ex-wife, that is the reason you appear that way. She doesn't like you anymore. She thought she was getting a rich guy. She didn't. She got a deadbeat. A scrub, if you will.
Because I don't want no scrubs.
She thought I was rich, so she got pregnant on purpose. Admitted it, not an assumption. Oh my god, you deserve each other, I swear to god. Hoping to use me to not work and sponsor her family from overseas. Well, actually, my ex-wife and her family are the rich ones. None of our homes were in our names. We were renting from her parents and giving them a nominal fee with the expectation that these homes would be left to my ex and me after their death. This allowed my ex's salary, $150K, not huge in the high cost of living area, to stretch, and we lived a really good life. I left our marriage with half our savings, $25,000, and my personal property and a car. I lost my business due to lack of funding, and I did not seek alimony.
You suck!
I resent her because I feel I was fooled. I thought she loved me. And couldn't believe the interest a young, hot woman showed in me. Don't believe it. She was incredibly persistent and pursued me strongly, but she has no feelings for me, no care or desire. Now that the ruse is dropped, I can't believe I gave up my entire life for what I saw was an ego trip. I loved my ex-wife, I really did, and still do. But I never had been with another woman, and any attempts to open our relationship were shot down. This was like a wet dream come true, and I was weak.
Oh, there was no
goodness.
scary.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I
Was
feel
that
like
the?
you
I
got
thought that was the
exactly what
show.
you deserved.
I'm
now
sorry.
both me and my girlfriend are in a place we didn't imagine. She's living in a crappy apartment with an old man and still has to work. I've lost my kids, the love of my life, my family, my lifestyle, my business, and that's all 100% my own fault. At least you're self-aware. She stopped being intimate with me as soon as she found out I wasn't rich. Trying not to laugh. We're still together on my end because I feel like I need to have something to show for this crap show of a situation. At least I got a son and a partner out of it. At least it wasn't for nothing. And also because I don't trust her with our son. She would never agree to give me full custody, and she's not a good mother. I would be worried for his safety and the people she would have him around. I honestly don't know why she hasn't left me from her end. What can I do to improve this situation? I know logically it would be best to break up and co-parent, but I'm afraid for my son and I'm embarrassed for myself. Is there a way to salvage this? I'm thinking thinking of just telling her we can have an open relationship. She can giggity whoever she wants and go wherever she wants as long as she lives here, so I can have my son 100% of the time. I work from home. I don't know if that's the answer here, though. I don't even know what to do, man. Like, I literally have no advice for you because, like, I would, like, that's...
I'm speechless, so I don't know what to say.
I'm speechless, and rarely does that happen.
Genuinely.
How can you salvage this situation? I don't know. I genuinely don't. Maybe someone in the comments has advice for you. You are both awful people. You're not partners, so stop faking it. If you think she can't take care of your son, get a lawyer and fight for custody, babes. He doesn't have the money for a lawyer, okay? That's why it's like, I don't know what to do here. Be civil to each other and pray that your son doesn't grow up to be even half of a screw up as you both are.
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you and this woman that you had an affair with were both so greedy, you know, like you had it all. You really did. You had everything you wanted and more. You had, you know, a wife and children and a like a rich wife, a rich family. She invested in your dreams and you got greedy.
Oh my.
And you wanted more. That wasn't enough for you. But the irony is the person that you wanted also didn't want you. She was also greedy.
Life finds a way.
This is divine intervention, I swear. I also love how you like low-key kind of blamed your ex-wife for like not wanting an open relationship with you.
Oh, it's her fault I cheated because she didn't let me with other people.
Dude, why does it need to get to this point? It never ends well. I'm sorry. It doesn't. This is the universe's way of honestly dramatic irony, I swear. Irony! He's also blaming everybody else, you know? He's like, oh, she baby trapped you. You chose to have an affair. You're the one. Yes, exactly. He seems to be blaming everyone. Ugh, honestly, you sound like a narcissist. Like, I'm not gonna diagnose anybody, but, you know. He's making himself the victim in every situation and making everybody, it's everyone else's fault but his own. Like, yes, he said, oh, it's my fault, but at the same time, he's blaming everyone else still. We do have an update. Good news. My girlfriend and I have broken up. Good. I'm only worried about what happens to the kid now. She's gone back to her home country and left my son with me. Good. Good, good. Refused to sign any formal custody agreement, so I'm hoping she stays there and doesn't bother us again. Just wait till you start doing well. I'm pretty sure if she comes back and demands time with him, I have a good case for maintaining custody. She's not even interested in FaceTiming with him, so he remembers her. I feel bad my son will deal with a crappy and absent mother, but I hope I can get him into therapy as he grows. The bad news. I've tried my best to insist on visitation with my daughters, and that has fallen through. They refused to see me. They wrote me a letter together that says how much they hate me, how betrayed they feel, how they'll never forgive me, and how my son will never be their brother. Ooh, tough blow, but I don't blame them. To not even bother telling him about them because they'll never be interested in knowing him. Okay, well, I mean, they're young, they won't get it. Like, at the end of the day, it's also like, he's the innocent victim in this case. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. Just to forget about them altogether and to move on with my new family. I have no legal recourse. The youngest is 13 now, old enough to have a say in custody arrangements. And I don't think forcing them to see me would do me any favors long term anyways. My only advice for you here is to set a better example for your son. They also included pictures of their mother's wedding. My ex had no obligation to tell me about her personal life, but I'm pretty pissed that there's a man living with my daughters that I didn't know about. Oh, you don't like that, do you? Oh, you dug your own grave there, bud. It is a family friend that's been in their lives 10 plus years, so not a total stranger, but still hurt to see pictures of their recent wedding and family pictures with my daughters. Oh no. They mention they have a father figure and don't need me. The whole thing really hurt. I know I have no right to feel hurt that my ex has moved on when I cheated on her, but their whole relationship has moved very fast, so I'm wondering if they started it before we got divorced. Interesting that that's where your mind goes. Maybe it's because you're the one that cheated. No way to know. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. They've also known each other for a very, very long time, right? So they didn't really need to like get past the whole like dating, get to know you stage. Like they already knew each other. My ex agreed to keep me up to date and send pictures of my daughters once in a while. After dealing with my son's mom, I'm grateful she's so good to our girls and I don't have to worry about their well-being. I'm trying to focus on being a good dad to my son and patiently waiting for my girls to grow up and reach out. It may never happen, but I'm hopeful they will understand me more as they become adults and gain context for life. They will never understand. They won't. They won't. You f***ed them up. You f***ed them up. I feel like you got everything you deserved, and, you know, thankfully your girlfriend didn't make a big fuss about your son. I think the only thing you can do in this situation is to reflect on your choices and not have this woe is me kind of like everybody's out to get me attitude, and genuinely reflect on how you got to this point.
While you're waiting for your tea water to boil, reflect on all of your regrets.
And I pray that you teach your son the dangers of what will happen when he's a greedy f***er. Maybe don't use the word f***er until he's older. And you are the a-hole, by the way. Subscribe! Would I be the a-hole if I moved out a week early and took all the kitchen stuff that I bought without telling my roommates? Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm a 26-year-old woman, and I've been living in a shared flat for almost 2 years with 2 roommates. Let's call them Derek, 21 male, and Tiffany, 20 female. We didn't know each other beforehand, but things seemed okay in the beginning. We had a few game nights, and I thought we would slowly grow closer as flatmates. About 6 months in, things started going downhill. Tiffany asked me to pay more attention to hairs left in the bathtub. Fair enough. I made an effort to check and clean up better after showering. Ooh, love someone who takes criticism well. I'd noticed hairs before too, but I just cleaned them without making a big deal. Like adults. Then one day, after staying at my now ex-boyfriend's place for a week, I came home and I found hairs in the tub. Oh, okay, wait, so like you were cleaning hairs that weren't your own? Oh, that's kind of yucky. Just like semi-yucky. I found hairs even though I hadn't been there. So I messaged Tiffany, politely saying the hair probably wasn't mine and maybe she just forgot to clean up. Her reply was weirdly passive-aggressive. She said she got the impression, in quotations, that I was still showering at home a lot. Question mark, question mark. Not sure how closely she monitors the bathroom usage, but that felt uncomfortable. Is she saying you shower too much? I don't get it. I tried to talk to her directly, and while the communication improved slightly, the overall vibe stayed cold. I also tried suggesting activities so we could bond more as roommates. They said they were too busy and maybe had time every 3 months.
I think they're dating.
Interesting how she can dish the criticism, but she can't take it. When we finally did meet up, Tiffany seemed completely annoyed the whole time and left after about an hour. What is Tiffany mad about? Is she mad that it's actually her hair in the tub? On my birthday last autumn, I invited them both. I thought that was just common courtesy when you live together. They showed up, but their gift was a jar of tomato sauce and mustard. Mamma mia. Hold on, they bought you condiments. Not the condiments! Clearly bought at the supermarket on the way over. Who decides that, like, mustard is a good gift?
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon?
No, but wait, hold on. Those are condiments that are gonna go in the same fridge they use, so they're gonna use those condiments. That's not even a gift. I didn't say anything to keep the mood light, but honestly, even if they had little money or didn't know what to get, they could have asked or written a card or put some thought into it. Later, they broke the toilet seat. I still don't know how.
And man, she even gave me a blumpkin.
And didn't fix it for 2 months. When they finally did, they got upset with me for not helping. But I didn't break it, and they never asked me to help. I figured 2 people can replace a toilet seat just fine on their own, correct, especially when they're the ones that broke it. They've also complained that I didn't help, quote, decorate the flat, even though I did help. And I gave up my sofa so they could bring one in that they liked better. Then they put up pictures I really dislike without asking. They moved kitchen items around without telling me, so now I come home and I can't find anything. Derek even refused to replace a light bulb after I gave him one of mine when his broke. I took it out of one of my lamps. I didn't have a spare light bulb at hand. Petty stuff, but it adds up. They probably have a group chat without you. Like they're kikiing about you and saying how awful you are.
Ugh, what a B word.
So today is Derek's birthday. I walked into the kitchen and saw them baking a bunch of pizzas. With your tomato sauce? I asked if people were coming over and they said yes. They're celebrating a birthday, duh. I asked whose birthday? They said Derek's? Yeah. I wasn't invited. To top it off, they're hosting the party in the flat next door and took all of our dining chairs and plates without asking. So there's nothing left in our place. Maybe I should have known about his birthday today, but at this point, I just feel completely disrespected and unwanted. I've made multiple attempts to connect and communicate with them. I've never yelled, I've never been rude. Now I'm wondering, I was planning to move out at the end of the month anyway, but I'm thinking of leaving a week early without telling them. And taking everything I own with me, including the washing machine, dishwasher, all dishes, pots, cutting boards, and knives. Oh, and maybe that one light bulb. Oh yes, oh yes.
Do it, lady.
All of which I bought. They do be acting super petty for people who won't have a dishwasher or washing machine without you. So would I be the a-hole? Am I overreacting? Is it fair to just leave quietly and take what's mine? Thanks in advance for your thoughts.
Do it, lady. Yeah. Yeah. Do it, lady.
Okay, so to me, like, I think that as long as you pay until the end of the month, as long as your rent is paid, like, it is petty, but they're also being mean to you. They don't care to invite you to anything. They give you like a kind of insulting gift. Like, I'm not gonna lie. You should leave it for them. You should leave the tomato sauce and the mustard. They were probably using it anyway. Listen, it's petty, but is it wrong? Let's look at the comments. Not the a-hole, just take everything you own. Why would that be an a-hole move? You did end the lease and they know it, then you're not the a-hole at all. Yeah, realistically, if they know that you're leaving, especially that, they should expect everything that you brought to go with you. OP responds, I suspect the people pleaser in me has a guilty conscience because I'm causing them inconvenience. That's why I wrote the post, because I'm really unsure if I overreacted. And yes, I told them 2 months ago so they could find someone else for my room. Okay, well, if you told them, then I just feel like that goes without saying. Like, you are leaving, so you are going to bring things that you bought and contributed with you when you leave. You're for sure being a people pleaser, but there's no need for a reminder. They know you're leaving. I will be greatly disappointed in you if you leave that light bulb. The Petty Potato Clan has spoken! Not the a-hole, for now, but we do have an update. I decided I will move out about 1 week earlier, but I think I'm gonna tell them. I just don't feel comfortable creating unnecessary drama, and since I don't live in a big city, you never know how things might come back around. Okay, fair enough. That said, I still feel like I deserve a tiny little bit of petty revenge. So here's what I'm planning. I'll tell them I'll probably move out a week early and that I'll start taking some of my stuff with me during the next weeks. I realize that out of the 3 of us, I currently use the kitchen the least. I try to save money and mostly eat at the university canteen. So naturally, I'll start with the items from the kitchen. First to go, the spices. Oh, you really hit them where it hurts.
That's not gonna work.
Because they're white.
Tiffany has been using a lot of my cinnamon lately. Oh my god. Also, a little teaser here. We have some new merch coming. And guess what it says on the back?
Pretty princess.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's so cute. I'll let you guys know when we launch that. I did say she could use some at some point, but we're talking multiple teaspoons at a time. Honestly, spices are expensive, so Cinnamon & Co. are packing their bags first. Then I'll take my nice handmade ceramic bowls. I know they like using them, and they were a Christmas gift from my family years ago. Definitely not staying behind. As a little intermezzo. Like you're serving a dinner. Ate and left no crumbs. I'll take my fridge magnets, some of which happen to make up our cleaning schedule. Tiffany has occasionally complained I don't stick to it, though funnily enough, she didn't clean sometimes during university holidays as well. Derek doesn't clean during exam season either, which I think is fine, but then maybe don't complain when I slack off during stressful weeks. The minute that you start complaining, you also open yourself up to criticism, so you better be so gosh darn perfect. Like a good roommate dynamic was literally just keeping things clean. Like not keeping track and just keeping things clean. But like roommates don't want to do that. They want to micromanage and like assign tasks and it's like, no, just if there's dishes, just do them. I like doing nice things. I like, you know, people coming home to a nice place. Like I like that, but you know, maybe do that for me too sometimes. Everybody's entitled to have a day where they don't feel like cleaning. After that, the kitchen knives. Ooh, hit them where it hurts. Technically, they have one or two, but they're cheap and blunt. So I doubt they can argue. And last but not least, my cutting boards. They're the type of people to use the counter, let's be real. I will leave them with the small plastic breakfast boards. They might not be a thing in other countries or in America. They technically work as cutting boards, but they slide around the counter like a bar of soap. I love this minor inconvenience you're dishing out, especially when you're trying to chop vegetables with dull knives. Ooh, you've thought this through. On the date that I want to move out, I'll take the rest of my stuff, but this way they at least have time to replace the washing machine or the dishwasher in time. What do you guys think? I think it's petty enough that you feel good about it, but it's not petty enough that they would backlash. Everyone's saying don't tell them, don't tell them. I mean, it's kind of up to OP. They do know you're moving out, so they should know. I like this, like little by little, you're going to realize how much I contributed. Good point here. As much as you think this is a nice compromise, it's not. Yes, you're being nice, but that, I tend to agree with this person. Take a day off work, organize friends, and strip what's yours. Video your room and the flat. Very, very important. It seems like these may be the types of people to make you not get your damage deposit back. Make sure you document any damage. Send the landlord and them the video to cover your butt. Good advice. If you do it this way, they're going to take your stuff before you get it. They are warned. Take it all at once and quickly. Do not tell them. They are not to be trusted. So I get the people pleaser, I do, but this is very entertaining, you have to admit. Literally all of the comments are like, don't tell them! All right, you hear that, OP? You could be a little pettier. So would you be the a-hole if you moved out a week early and took all the kitchen stuff that you bought without telling my roommates? No. That's just normal. Am I the a-hole for not letting my sister-in-law get her way? Okay, so starting off, my sister-in-law is married to my husband's brother. My husband was the last person to get married in his family, so I'm the sister-in-law that's been around the least amount of time. The sister-in-law, who we're going to call A, I didn't always have problems with. She's in her late 20s, and I'm in my mid-30s. I figured since we were sister-in-laws that we would eventually get along since we both have children. Boy, was I wrong. I had sister-in-law in my wedding. She was one of my bridesmaids. Me and husband paid for all their dresses, along with everything they needed for the wedding. She took a bunch of pictures of our wedding, but never took any pictures of me or my husband. And when she put up a post on Facebook, she said she had a great weekend, but did not tag either of us, which we thought was weird. Definitely weird.
Oh yeah, it was just at like some event. I don't know. Yeah.
Fast forward about 2 years, and my husband had to do infertility treatments. Our first transfer, we did end up getting pregnant. We decided to throw a big party and tell the entire family on his side that we are pregnant, and we are so excited. When we told everybody, it was like crickets in the room. Apparently, my mother-in-law had spilled the beans before anybody even came. The sister-in-law went upstairs with another family member and did not come down. Unfortunately, we found out a week later that we lost the baby. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is a very strange dynamic. Like, even if they did know about it, like, I find it weird they didn't, like, pretend to be excited. Like, what? Sister-in-law was apparently pregnant, and she was gonna announce it at our party. But it felt awkward once we announced that we were pregnant, so she kept it to herself. Interesting. She decided to announce she was pregnant a week later. With me, it's no big deal because every pregnancy is a blessing. I had no issues with it. Unfortunately, a few days after that, I had to go in for an emergency surgery because my body did not do what it needed to do when our baby passed. Me and my husband decided to put up a post on social media after my surgery, just kind of informing everybody that we were no longer pregnant. We also posted the pictures with it that we took during our fertility treatments because we did keep that a secret also. Fast forward 9 months. My sister-in-law is about to have the baby. It's June. She did have a baby shower, which I did not end up going to because we did our second round of fertility treatments and I once again lost a baby. Oh, I'm so sorry. I explained that to her. She was like,
100% okay. Why don't I still get her a gift and give it to her at that next holiday that I saw her?
I would do that if I wasn't able to attend a baby shower, but it doesn't mean that you should ask people for gifts. I think it, like, kind of is assumed. Well, it's not assumed that if you're not going, you don't have to get a gift, but, like, you do kind of assume that. At the the next holiday, she asked me and my husband if we were gonna wait a year before trying again. And we looked a bit confused and told her no. My next cycle, we were gonna do another embryo transfer, since I still had all the hormones and everything in my body. And she got irritated and told us she was due in a few weeks. And she thought it was best that I wait.
How self-centered are you?
Best that you wait? For what? She was pregnant with her child. My husband has no kids, so these pregnancies were his first. We explained to her again that obviously we were going to go with what our doctor thinks is best, since we are paying them to basically get me pregnant. You don't even need to like pass it off to the doctor, like at this point. What she's asking you is really stupid. It's stupid. We kind of blew off her comments and went about our time at the get-together and told her we couldn't wait until her baby was born. That we told them we were so excited for them, and the next time we saw them, they would have their brand new little baby, and we were so excited to meet them. After her baby was born, we waited a few weeks because we didn't want to take the attention away from her new baby, because we know how she is. And we did our third and final transfer, and we ended up getting pregnant with twins. Ooh, 2-for-1 special. We went ahead and put it in a group chat because we were keeping everybody updated with our third and final transfer in the group chat. And we told everybody we had 2 embryos put in a few weeks prior, and we're currently pregnant. Immediately, the sister-in-law left the group chat.
Self-centered much?
Oh dear. So it really is just a matter of she wants the attention on her. And you want to know how I know that? She planned on announcing her pregnancy at your party, where you were supposed to announce your pregnancy. But then when she found out that you were going to announce the pregnancy, she did not want to even be in the room for it. And it's interesting that she's thinking about things like, oh, you need to wait to announce these things, it's more appropriate or whatever, or it's my, like, you know, you're taking away my attention. She's the one that asked you that, and she can't seem to be happy for other people. Make it make sense. We kind of figured maybe she was overwhelmed having a newborn at home and she did not want her phone blowing up with messages. We end up seeing them a week or so later at another family gathering, and she would not allow me and my husband to hold the baby. Every time we walked over to her, she would walk away from us, giving us the cold shoulder. Okay, that's like your niece though. I fail to understand what you did wrong here. I told my husband when we left the family function that I don't know what was up with her. Maybe she's overwhelmed with a newborn baby and other kids at home. Boy, was I wrong. So we had our heartbeat scan a few days after this family event, and we told everybody at the family event that we would update them in the family chat. I did re-add my sister-in-law. Ooh, she didn't like that, did she? Don't you understand she doesn't want to know? I re-added my sister-in-law the day we got our heartbeat scan because I thought she might want to know. She doesn't. That's the thing. We had a couple of videos and uploaded them to the family and said that we were so excited we were having twins and both had amazing heartbeats. They were super strong and we were beyond excited. What I don't understand is like why she feels some type of way when like you've clearly been through 2 miscarriages. It's one thing to be resentful when, you know, someone doesn't try and they have like the best life ever. Feelings of jealousy are normal. I get jealous sometimes. It doesn't mean you're a bad person, okay? What you do with those feelings depends on whether or not you may or may not be a bad person, but it's normal to feel those things. In a situation like this, OP has been through the ringer. Okay, losing a child, having a miscarriage is a very difficult thing for a lot of people to go through, and you've had 2. So the fact that she knows how hard you've had it and she still has issues with you finally getting the thing you want. Onions. Side eye. Once again, the sister-in-law left the group chat. How embarrassing for her. I didn't think anything about it. I just figured that maybe she was busy once again and she didn't want her phone blowing up. Unfortunately, another family member ended up saying something like, where did the sister-in-law go? Correct, because that's embarrassing. Interesting that she like didn't even say congratulations and just left. That looks so bad on her. My husband made a comment saying he didn't know, but she left it prior also. Not even a few minutes later, I get a 15-paragraph essay from my sister-in-law through Messenger telling me I'm selfish that I stole her spotlight because I had a miscarriage when she was pregnant. Oh my God. You're doing too much. My husband did not get to react the way she wanted him to react to the pregnancy because he was grieving that baby that I lost. Okay, but these are like extreme circumstances though. Like this is not his fault and it's not your fault. She needs honestly, this is really dumb. I could still lose the twins so she doesn't know why we're so excited. Oh, she did not just go there. Immediately, I'm upset on a day that I'm supposed to be happy. I've honestly noticed this a lot, and it makes me like scared to like ever share good news with anyone. I feel as though when things are going badly, people tend to be like so supportive and quiet, and they don't necessarily want to make it worse. But as soon as things are going well, I get hit with like a wave of negativity. Like it's almost like I'm not allowed to be happy at all, or I'm not allowed to share that I'm happy, especially not on social media. The times where I get the most criticism on social media is when I'm doing something I'm happy about. And I've also noticed it with other like female content creators too. Not just content creators, but like celebrities. It's the devil testing you, I'm telling you. It is a test. If you let people take away your happiness, they will absolutely try. I'm sorry that that happened to you, by the way, OP. That is not fair to you, and I empathize, I really do. It happens to me a lot as well. I'm upset on a day that was supposed to be happy. She chose to ruin it. She did try to ruin it.
Don't let her win.
Now that you know, don't let her ruin things going forward. That's who she is. And maybe it's a good thing that she's not gonna be like present in this kid's life. She doesn't want to be in a family group chat, like all of these things. Like maybe it's a good thing. She clearly can't see you be happy. My husband contacted my mother-in-law, and my mother-in-law's response was that she's always been a certain way, attention seeker. And I should apologize to her because while she was pregnant, she felt a certain way, like she couldn't post pictures or anything. But she did post pictures and videos all throughout her pregnancy.
Oh my god, get over yourself.
Just because she is a certain way, that doesn't mean that like people should continue being a certain way. In situations with people like that, like I've just been like, honestly, it's not even worth it. They are just a certain way. But like what I'm talking about is the mother-in-law demanding that you apologize. That's a no. And I will die on that hill. I immediately unfriended the sister-in-law because of what she said. I felt it was extremely out of line. It was. And it was on purpose. She sabotaged your happy news. Fast forward to the next family function. We see everybody, and I'm 7 months pregnant, and her baby is 8 months old. My husband was in the bathroom when we overheard the sister-in-law telling another family member that she's unsure why people are asking me about my pregnancy because I could still lose both of them at any point, and nobody's asking her about her baby who's living Earthside.
How can you say that? What is the matter?
In times where you have good things happen to you, people are going to acknowledge it. People are going to congratulate you. You know, you're going to have your baby showers, you're going to have your weddings, your engagements where people celebrate you. But like, chill out. It's not this thing that's like,
oh my god, I need to be celebrated at any turn, and no one is allowed to be celebrated other than me.
Honestly, what she's saying is so rude. It almost sounds like she's kind of preying on your downfall. When my husband told me this when we left, I could not believe those words would come out of somebody's mouth, especially someone who knew the whole experience of us trying to get pregnant. Yeah, it's inexcusable, honestly, at this point. I told my husband to not mention it to anybody and his family, since obviously she's the sister-in-law and she can do nothing wrong. It's been 3 years now, and we are no contact with the sister-in-law and her husband. We are no contact with another sister-in-law who's married into the family, and we are low contact with the rest of the family. Everybody wasn't involved in the situation, and they said they weren't gonna pick sides, but we've basically been uninvited from any birthday parties or get-togethers, or we were told last minute that we couldn't make it. I told my husband sometimes I feel like an a-hole in this situation, but looking back and reading the messages, I don't really think I am. No, you're not. She's Delulu. She's drinking the Delulu lemonade. I think she needs a reality check, and eventually karma will come around. Well, she's just kind of one of those people that really is not happy unless she has external validation from other people. People like that just are never really happy. They need to be celebrated, and they cannot celebrate others. And it sucks because that person is your sister-in-law and your family, but like at the end of the day, do you want to be around someone like that?
Sour, spicy, mellow.
Revenge-wise, I did what I could do as an
fish do you
adult. I
want?
went to one of my
A
mom's
giant
sites after everything,
catfish.
went down and posted all the screenshots that I have of both sides of the conversation and asked for their opinions, and all of the people sided with me. So I carved out her username on TikTok and told them to go report her videos. Is it petty? Yes. Do I care? No.
Ooh.
Justice was served. So are you the a-hole for not letting your sister-in-law get her way?
What crab is that?
No. Subscribe.
Giant
My ex got paid to date me by my own best friend. Wait until you hear the update on this story. I, 27 female, just found out something that feels like it was ripped straight from a scripted show. Except it's not. It's my real life, and I wish it wasn't. So I was dating this guy, 28 male, let's call him Jake, for about 6 months. And it was actually going well, like really well. He was sweet, funny, asked me questions about my day, remembered the little things I liked, and I thought I hit the jackpot after a string of heartbreaks and walking red flags. I introduced him to my family. He came to brunches, We cuddled on my couch and talked about dreams and childhood and music. He even came to my niece's birthday party. Like, real boyfriend stuff. And now I found out he was getting paid to date me. Let me repeat that. My boyfriend was getting paid to date me. And guess who was paying him? Was it your best friend?
How'd you know?
I'm so psychic. Not a prank show, not a scam, not a bet with the boys. My best friend. My literal best friend since high school. We'll call her M. Apparently, after my last breakup hit me hard, which, yeah, it did, she decided I need to feel loved again. So instead of being supportive or taking me on a girls trip like a normal person, she decided to hire a boyfriend for me. Oh, Lord. In what twisted way did she think that this was a good idea? How would this turn out well? Is she gonna pay you all the way to marriage? Like, at one point, he's still gonna break up with you because he's being paid to date you. In some weird way, she probably thought she was helping, but like, this isn't helping. This doesn't help anyone. In fact, it would make you have even worse trust issues. She knew Jake from some party and offered him actual money to, quote, cheer me up and make me feel special again. Only to, like, what, rip it out from underneath you again? After you find out that not only is your boyfriend being paid to date you, but also that your friend paid him to date you. The worst part is, he said yes. For the right price, apparently, pretending to care about someone becomes easy. A mutual friend let it slip after too many drinks. So wait, I'm sorry, but people knew about this? Your mutual friends knew about this?
Bad friend, bad friend, bad friend.
And when I confronted M, she didn't even deny it. She tried to twist it into some weird act of love.
You look so happy. I just wanted you to feel confident again.
Confident? You thought faking a relationship behind my back would help my self-esteem. And Jake, he tried to act like he caught feelings.
At first it was just for the money, but then I really started to like you.
This sounds like the plot of like She's All That or something.
I'll pick the girl, and you got 6 weeks to turn her into the prom queen. Gentlemen, we have a winner.
Like, I'm sorry, that makes it better. You still lied. You still cashed out every week like it was a gig. Meanwhile, I was falling for someone who never existed. We were intimate. We had real talks, and now every moment feels dirty and fake. I don't even know what was real. Did he even like my laugh? Was he ever actually listening to me? I feel humiliated, betrayed, like a complete idiot. And the person who was supposed to have my back, my best friend, was the one pulling the strings the whole time. To anyone reading this, if you ever think about doing something for someone's own good like this, don't. It's not thoughtful, it's not romantic, it's twisted. And if Charlotte does see this, please know you've helped me feel less alone. I hope my story helps someone else feel seen too. Oh, I appreciate that, and I'm sure it will. Thanks for reading. I'm gonna go scream into a pillow now, as you should. This is ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure in the movie She's All That, like, she found out that it was like a bet, but she forgave him. I never really sat well with that. First of all, don't feel guilty about having believed in this, because nobody could have ever imagined what you just wrote. Like, seriously, this is unbelievable. Who in their right mind pays someone to date their friend? A real friend might have seen this guy and been like, hey, I really like you for my friend. Are you interested in dating someone right now? Like, maybe we could set you guys up. That's normal. I set up my friends all the time. We actually did set up one of my really good friends with one of Mike's really good friends, and they got married. So I like playing the matchmaker. And sometimes it works out, but we don't pay our friends to date our friends. We just introduce them. I was introduced to Mike through a friend who was dating his brother. I feel like that's like a normal way for a couple to meet. In fact, I feel like it's a better way for a couple to meet than anything else, because like you're kind of vetting the person and you're kind of deciding whether or not they're right for your friend. It's kind of difficult to know whether someone has good intentions or whether they're a good person if you're just like meeting them for the first time. But if, you know, they've been through the checks and balances with people that mutually know you, it's good. It's a good way to meet someone. And it ended up working out well for me and well for my good friend who ended up marrying Mike's good friend. Also, M cut her off entirely. I may believe someone is delulu enough to think this was a good or helpful idea, but the fact that she actually told someone else, period, is a huge red flag. I'm just like picturing that conversation. Oh my God, they seem so happy. They seem so perfect for each other. Oh yeah, no, like I'm paying him to date her. Like, how does that even come up in conversation with someone? And then everybody else probably knows about about it too and you're the only one that doesn't know? Like, that's so gross. Why on earth would she tell your friend about this? Perhaps your other friend kept it to himself so he didn't hurt you, but this girl, useless at best and a biatch at worst. And about your long string of heartbreaks and red flags, many of us are on the same boat. Yes, I agree. That is very, very true. I just sort of feel like every person I've dated up until Mike was a walking red flag and broke my heart. It's just the way it is until you find your person, you know? You're lucky if you end up in a relationship where you're still friends after you break up. Most relationships that aren't meant to work out do end badly. It's not you. You just haven't met the right person yet. Let yourself be unhealthy, self-indulgent for a week or two, then pick yourself up, get to work, and become hotter than ever. Oh, I love this. You know what this is an excuse to do? Level up.
Scott earned the power of self-respect.
You don't even want to be with someone unless they love you more than you love yourself. That's when I truly feel like you are ready for a relationship. That was the turning point for me. Like, either you treat me with respect or I don't even want to be in the same room as you. Like, I'm not interested. I love being alone. I really do. I loved it. I loved being single and alone and never having to worry about someone else. And I wasn't willing to date someone until I met someone who added something to my life and made it better than what it was before. Stay strong and stay petty. Very good advice, and I agree with them. All right, so now we're gonna get to the update. My ex went to jail. Oh, so remember when I posted about how my ex-boyfriend was getting paid by my best friend to date me? Buckle up, because this just took a hard left into this can't be real life territory. Jake, the ex who pretended to love me for money, is now in jail. Like actual jail. Orange jumpsuit, mugshot. I could not make this up if I tried. Here's how it went down. A couple of days after everything blew up, I was still deep in my heartbreak and don't trust anyone era, when a mutual friend, bless her nosy heart, sent me a link to a local police blotter report. And there it was, Jake's name, his face under the headline, local man arrested for fraud and identity theft. Like, not in relation to you? Like he was doing this to someone else? Apparently, Jake didn't just fake a relationship. He's been living a double life. The man had multiple aliases, fake accounts, and get this, was scamming women online for money. I'm sorry, and this is someone that your friend thought would be good to date you? And I'm not talking about basic catfishing. He was posing as different guys, building relationships with women, and then asking them for help with rent, cars, sick family members, etc. Classic scammer behavior. I mean, I didn't want to say it. It takes a special kind of person to accept money to date someone. Like, your friend is trash for offering this, but he's trash for accepting it. Turns out he used my relationship as a cover. While dating me and pretending to be some dream boyfriend, thanks to the money my bestie was slipping him, he was running all these other side scams behind the scenes. And get this, when the police searched his stuff, they found screenshots and notes about me. Like a literal script, talking points. Ask about her dad here. Bring up her favorite coffee order. Oh, no wonder he knew exactly how to treat you. He was getting fed the lines. It's like I was a freaking role he was playing. The worst part, M still tried to defend him. She messaged me saying, this isn't the guy I knew. He must have changed. Girl, he didn't change. You just didn't know him. Or worse, you just didn't care. So yeah, Jake is in jail. There's an ongoing investigation and apparently more women are coming forward. I've already been contacted by someone who thinks they were also being played by him while we were together. I'm honestly numb at this point. I understand that this story would make you feel like you can't trust anybody and like you're valid for feeling that way. And quite frankly, you should walk around assuming that potential relationships have to earn you. They have to earn your trust. Do not automatically trust anyone. I'm doing better now. I cut off M, blocked everyone who tried to gaslight me about it, and I'm currently in my wine and self-respect era. Period. To anyone who's going through something similar, trust your gut. If something feels off, it probably is. And if your friend is saying they're helping you in weird ways, ask questions. Anyways, thanks for the support on the first post. You guys made me feel way less alone. If anything else wild happens, I'll probably be back. So here's an interesting addition, more info that OP responded to. Just out of curiosity, how much was your friend paying him? Was it by the hour? I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm glad you're safe and away from this pair. OP responds, that's a good question. So she said to me $300 a week, and then went to go on how he would get a bonus if he made me smile. I posted a pic on Insta, etc., which is wild to me. Oh my goodness, this is so twisted. Ew. Ew. How does she have all that money? Is she independently wealthy? Or is she too dumb to realize he was scamming her also? That is a very good question. Who has that kind of money to like burn? So you were dating him for 6 months.
Carry the one.
That's a lot of money. As I said, you probably feel like you can't trust anyone right now, but I can confidently tell you that most friends are not like this. Like, this is not normal. You just happen to be in a very crappy situation. You aren't the first person to be betrayed by a best friend, I will tell you that. But don't let it taint your ideas of friendship. There are real, genuine friendships out there, and I have every faith that you'll find one. Especially now that your standards are much higher. Am I the a-hole for cutting off all contact to my best friend and suing her?
Oh, please.
I, 34 female, and my best friend, 34 female, let's call her Carrie, have known each other since we met at college when we were 16 in 2007. I'll give you a small bit of backstory. Over the years, I've had a really good job which paid well, and a very supportive family who are not loaded, but live well. My parents always taught us to work hard and save. I was a bit of a pushover and a people pleaser. I don't like conflict or issues. I was a doormat, for lack of a better word. Can relate. Carrie always refused to work more than a few hours a week, claimed benefits, and her family were a lot worse off, so money was always limited for her. I paid for everything from her clothes to meals out to days and nights out. Holidays, you name it. I covered it without hesitation or overthinking it. I feel like when it's this kind of dynamic in a friendship, it's just ripe for people taking advantage. It's one thing if you spot a friend every now and then, if you're a generous person, if you like to give gifts and stuff like that. But at this point, she's just treating you like a bank account.
Money, please. My money.
She's a princess. I remember once her dad lost his job and had to move in with the family 2 hours away. Rather than see it for what it was, just a horrible situation, she lost her crap. Called her dad selfish and how angry she was. I was 16, but even I got that he had to support the family and it wasn't his fault. It was a horrible situation, but according to her, it was a conspiracy. We lost contact for a few years when I dated a guy she went to school with. Turns out she liked him, but he dated me and another friend of hers, stating he found her annoying and hard to deal with.
Interesting.
She hated the fact that I was with him, so I stopped all contact, but she never told me this until much later on, and she introduced us.
Then what are you mad about?
Eventually, we broke up, but there were no issues and no reason to biatch. Then she instantly got back in contact, but got annoyed when I wouldn't or moan about him.
So what are you trying to do?
She kept saying things like,
"It will take me a while to trust you again, but we will get there over time."
And that turned into,
"It took me years to trust you again."
Trust you? She introduced you. I never thought much of it, but I look back now and think, trust me over what? You ended the friendship, but I let it go as I don't like conflict, and she can be nasty. At the time of reconnecting, she was pregnant, not married, this is relevant. Her boyfriend was an absolute a-hole, and he was not a nice person. I continued to help them out financially and always paid for meals, spoiled her kids, etc. She is a very, very controlling person. Even though I'm not a fan of her partner, I feel sorry for him. He's not allowed to ride his motorbike unless she says so. He does absolutely everything, from working 60 hours a week to cleaning the house and cooking, while she stays home and literally does nothing. She's a princess. Still, I continue to help with money and give expensive gifts, but I noticed that she would exclude me from things. She would do things like go out for meals, cinema, the zoo, etc. with our friends who were moms and not include me, saying, well, you're not a mom and you would be bored. Half the time she didn't take her kids. It did make me feel left out and hurt, but again, I let it go. Okay, so she's literally treating you like a bank account and also not treating you like a friend at the same time. Just paying for all this stuff, I just feel like it does more harm than good. You want to get to a position where you want to help the people around you, but I feel like it ends up making people resent you because they realize that without you, they wouldn't have much.
To be my sugar mama.
As time went on, I started dating my now husband, who I knew from childhood. He also has a well-paid job. He owns his own photography business, so he does okay. Eventually, we had our beautiful baby twins. Carrie was for some reason annoyed when I had my daughter. She calls them the, quote, children, even though they were born in wedlock. Carrie didn't attend my wedding. She told me she was in the hospital. Oh. I learned the next day she actually went to the fun fair and didn't come to my wedding.
Some friend you are.
My partner is not a fan of Carrie. He saw her for what she was very quickly and said he didn't mind the gifts, but that he felt she was just using me. I mean, yeah, after a while, it's like you're basically paying this person to be your friend, but she isn't even being your friend. He didn't like the way she spoke to me, etc. I wasn't sure. It's a girl I knew since we were young, and I wanted to see the best in her. Around 2019, Carrie began to plan her wedding, and she asked me to be a bridesmaid. I said yes.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
I helped her plan. One day, she handed me a list. The list had things from makeup to hair, limos, decorator bills, 14 bridesmaids' dresses, shoes, and accessories. It had a fair bit on it. Oh my god, wait, no, does she want you to pay for that?
Money, please. Money.
Did she just give you an invoice? It had a fair bid on it, and it was pricey. I was confused. I spoke to another bridesmaid wondering what it was about, and she told me that Carrie said I was paying for all these bills so she could have her dream wedding, and how I could afford it, and to me, money was nothing. She literally just sent you an invoice. The fact that she didn't even ask you and just assumed, see, this is what I'm saying, is that, like, she became complacent. You're her personal piggy bank. I was shocked. I had previously said I would give her 100 quid and do her photos as a wedding gift, and it was up to her what she did with this. I immediately spoke to Carrie and told her straight up I was not paying this £6 bill. My own wedding never came close to this, and due to buying a house and investments into my husband's business, I couldn't do it. I mean, regardless, even if you had the money and you weren't having all of these expenses, that is a really ridiculous thing to ask. Like, no, I'm not paying for your wedding. Well, she just cut all contact off with me. I figured she was having a sob, left it at that. No, because once she realized that the one reason she was friends with you was not there anymore, she doesn't really see the point in being your friend, babe. About a week later, I get a message from her partner. Now, he's genuinely an a-hole, but tends to not get involved until he's had enough of her bully and nasty behavior. So he clearly reached his limit. But instead of telling her to shut the F up, he exploded at me. He basically said, Carrie loved you, treated you like a sister for years, has allowed you to do things with her. Allowed you to do things with her?
I've allowed you to buy me things and be around me. The audacity of you not wanting to pay for my wedding.
And this is how you treat her, by refusing to help her out in her time of need. She didn't even ask you. She literally sent you an invoice and assumed that you would pay for it. I told her partner I wasn't willing to argue about it and that I was happy to attend the wedding, and I didn't see why I needed to fund it, and how if they can't afford things, they can't have them. Long story short, I got told by both of them that I was not welcome at the wedding. I respected this, and I was at the time willing to send them a wedding gift. I don't even know why you bother, honestly. This is so entitled. About a week before, I got 2 phone calls from one of the flower shops and the other from the limo company asking for the payments. And how I had still been put down to pay. Wow. So she still put you down on the bill and expected you to pay, even though you're like literally not even friends anymore and you're not going to the wedding. I told them via email and phone, it's not gonna happen. I forwarded the emails to her as well, so she knew, as I hoped it was a mistake. It wasn't. I got a lot of grief. A lot of the bridal party saying I was selfish and how I was ruining her day. Like, are they just not fully aware of the situation? I'm so confused as to how you're the selfish one here. At no point did you agree to it for her to be like,
oh, you're taking it away from me.
You literally weren't even asked. At this point, I wrote a message to Carrie, explaining how I was saddened that she allowed money to end a friendship. And now I saw that she never cared about me, but the money. And how I was even more hurt that rather than talk to me herself, she got other people to try to bully me, which in the past, if I'm being honest, I would have given in on. But my partner helped me grow a backbone and told me to stand up for myself more. This was the point I saw I was really just a piggy bank. I was again told I was not welcome at the wedding, and neither was my family. At this point, I withdrew my offer of the photos and the wedding gift. I mean, I can't do photos if we're not welcome, can we? I should also add that when this started, she had 15
That's it for today.
By the time
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnot, and I'll be back. Probably, I don't know, tomorrow maybe? I don't know. I'm taking that one blanket off of the loom